now he's here teaching all his secrets to all these drivers. This is Almeida Racing Academy,
where every champion has a starting line.
The sim racer turned real world superstar, Swelio Almeida.
It's Connor Bell racing in his own backyard for the very first time in the NASCAR Canada Series.
The workshops helped out so much. Something about battling with somebody faster than you, it just pushes you that little bit further, and I was able to just keep developing my skill.
I can kind of commit more with the exit there. That was good. If you do take sim racing seriously, it does impact your racing technique for the rest of your life.
I know how the car is going to perform around these corners because of the model I have in the sim. Just the benefit of sim racing when you go into real life, I don't think people quite realize it yet.
You have infinite track time is the biggest factor. You are able to try so many things, and the physics that are simulated in the sim nowadays, especially iRacing, are so close to real life.
Creating champions.
Swelio Almeida is a master at his craft. He's outclassed a Le Mans driver, a European Le Mans Series racer.
These guys are among the top 0.02% in the world.
Designed to create champions.
First NASCAR Canada start. First NASCAR victory for Connor Bell.
Connor Bell standing on the podium here today.
This is the Almeida Racing Academy 3.0.
Wait a race, buddy, wait a race.
Live from Adelaide Parklands, welcome race fans one and all back to Green Flag TV, where this afternoon we are set to go racing once again here down under. Welcome to the FTR Almeida Racing Academy Endurance Series, and for the first time ever to Adelaide Parklands at the Adelaide Street Circuit. My name is Little Wemble alongside Cade Corbin. Dustin All is working the cameras in the production trailer as we get set to bring you all the action from today's 4-hour endurance race. Cade, it is a track that is near and dear to many hearts in Australia. It is, of course, one of the crown jewel events of the Repco Supercars Championship, hosting the final race of the season, the Adelaide 500. Today, 16 cars get set to blitz around this little street circuit, though, for the next 4 hours.
Absolutely, a very technical track, popular for all of the right reasons. I think it's a blast to drive, and hopefully these drivers are going to have a blast racing around it today. You can see coming up on the end of the season, after today, only one more race. We're going to head on down to Brazil, Interlagos. We're going to finish off the season there, so you got to score some points. You got to put yourself in a good position before we go down complete 6 hours in Sao Paulo. So 4 hours tonight, going to determine who is going to be a title threat going into that event, and who is going to be left on the outside looking in with still one round to go.
It could not be a more different track from Road America 2, right? You go from Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, a track that's got so much runoff area, such long straightaways, and a lot of pass opportunities to work with, to Adelaide, a track that's got none of those things. It's a street circuit. Even on the permanent sections of the racetrack, those walls only a few feet away from the racing circuit. And of course, that dreaded turn 8 set to catch out anybody this afternoon that wants to, I think, take it for a bit of a whirl. You know that a lot of drivers are going to be having to fight the track more so than drivers around them here this afternoon, especially with the heat that can rise here from Australia. That said, it is looking to be relatively cool to kick off the afternoon.
Yeah, that track temp there is going to be something important to watch all day. All of these conditions, of course, going to change quite a bit over the next 4 hours, but 68 degrees Fahrenheit, that is really quite low. That is a very cool track. It means it's going to be gripped up. It means that you're going to be able to push the issue. You're going to be able to get the car right on the edge without being worried about sliding it around and overheating those tires. Lap times are going to come down, and people, I think, are going to be able to be a little bit more aggressive, especially on corner entry, with a couple of long straightaways that we see here, setting up a couple of great passing zones. You're going to be able to drive it a little bit deeper into those zones with the cooler temperatures, and you'll be able to hopefully gain some positions that way, and we'll see some good battling.
So overall, the grid just about set here. GT3 is just being drawn to a close. There are two cars that have not put down qualifying laps in the session. One of those being from the GT3 field, the other one from the GT4 fields here on the afternoon. So we'll have to see how all of this will pan on out. But Cade, In just about 60 seconds, we will have your grid fully set in stone and ready to rumble for the next 4 hours. What do you reckon? Are we watching for that first center chicane to be the big trouble spot this afternoon? Or will it be turn 8, a turn synonymous with supercars incidents here in Australia?
I think it'll depend how much of the field gets strung out in that first sector. If you get a lot of guys that are on top of each other and we get a huge group of cars going down into turn 8, I think that could become a very, very treacherous corner. You've got to carry momentum through there. We talk about the cold track. You're going to be coming in there on cold tires. You know, lap 1 of the race, you don't have those temps built up in the tires or the brakes, which is going to make 8 tricky. But of course, we got to get there. That chicane is going to stand between these drivers. They're going to hit it at speed, and they're going to have to find a way to navigate that. So I think both have the opportunity to potentially claim a couple of cars. Hopefully, we'll be able to get there clean. But if we get to turn 8 with a gaggle, they're going to have to find a way to funnel that down and sort that out, especially for the final corner on this track. Foster is also going to be very difficult to get through there side by side. So a lot of funnel spots, but a lot of passing opportunities. And I think you put that all together, and that's what makes this a very technical track to drive. We're going to take a look now at the starting lineup for tonight's event.
Starting things off with GT3 Pro, it's Navsugar Chukniak, excuse me if I've mispronounced that one, from Prismatic Motorsports Athena. They will roll out from pole position this afternoon. El Torres will be in the Gnosis Esports SimDeck.app Lamborghini down in the number 2 spot. From there, it's Mark Reynolds running the first BMW in the field from Sim Racing Grid Phantom, starting in 3rd alongside Jaco Mikola for RPM Racing with the RPM Racing Aston Martin in 4th. Final car in the GT3 Pro grid, it's Jorge Carrera for Gnosis Esports Emix Gaming down in 5th, 0.7 of a second off the pace cade with the AMs.
And back in that GT3M category, a couple of Aston Martins on the front row. These are the only 2 GT3 AMs in the field. Aston Martin, and the Aston Martin is going to be on the front row for Prismatic Motorsports Minerva, and then Hans Blankhert is going to be in that 21 car trying to race for the win, and unfortunately if he can't do that, he's going to be last. So a good battle there between those 2.
Moving on down to GT4 Pro, it's Julian Carces for JKR with the Mercedes-AMG GT4 alongside Federico Faria for NGC by Rubens Gaz with the Porsche 718 GT4 Club Sport. Richard Cawthron, of course, last season was in the GT3 Pros, this time jumping down to GT4s. Still being faithful to the old Mustang, though, for Treehouse Racing. He is alongside Austin Tucker with a huge-ass black Porsche 718. 5th and 6th, Antonio Alvarez for huge-ass gold running the Ford colors alongside Andrew Morin with Almeida Racing Academy down in 6th. That, of course, the last GT4 and the last car not to the qualifying lap. You've got the AMs here, Cade.
And back in the GT4 AM category, there's only 3 of them. It's Artur Loureiro on the pole in the NGC car. He's going to be starting next to Brooks Clayton for the Thonk Motorsports SimSource Esports beer car, and behind them it's the other Thonk machine, Carson Catlin, rounding out the field for both the GT4 AMs and the entire grid.
Field just now beginning their one and only pace lap. We can take a look at some of the highlights of this racetrack. Right, you head to the center chicane, a tight left-right flick headed on towards Wakefield Road through turns 1 through 3. Definitely one of the more fearsome portions of the racetrack. That leads into the first true hard braking zone. Wakefield corner at turn 4. 90-degree right-handed, though, means passing into here can be a very difficult challenge.
Absolutely, very difficult, but very tempting, because you're going to be able to get that that braking opportunity in that passing zone. But you got to make sure you get the pass done, because that next left-hander, that corner is on the opposite direction, right? So if you can't get the pass done, you're going to be stuck on the outside, and you're going to concede that position if you're not able to get the move completed. Then you're going to head on to a little bit of a shorter straightaway before another right-hand turn, and then you're going to have the longest straightaway that the field is pacing down now, taking you uphill into that famous turn 8.
Turn 8, of course, from Bartels Road. This corner at one point was a good distance up the road back when Formula One ran here throughout the 80s and the 90s for the season finale of the FIA Formula One World Championship. Used to be a tight blast out of the straight. Now it's a sweeping right-hand kink, very one line. Nigh impossible to pass through, at least without putting somebody into the fence. But as you make your way to the Brabham Straight, that'll lead us down to the Duquetteville hairpin. Definitely the biggest pass opportunity on the racetrack with an over 90-degree hairpin to enter the final sectors of this racetrack, including a little bit of a permanent section on the road as well. Cade, your final thoughts here before we go green for 4 hours.
I think just like with all endurance racing, I think it's going to be a test of attrition, right? You got to make it to the end. You got to survive. Obviously, you got to be the fastest car in the field if you want to win, but there's going to be limiting mistakes, I think, is going to be the biggest thing today. We talk about a smaller field. We talk about a longer race. If you can minimize your mistakes and continue to put down those lap times, keep that car out of the fence, keep it out of this little bit of grass we see over here, you're going to be okay, and you're going to be in a position to challenge for a good spot.
Happy as always that you are all joining us for Race in Action on this fantastic Saturday afternoon. It'll be one of the Audis who will look to lead the way for the first time here on the day, as Prismatic Motorsports Athena and their driver will make their way to the start-finish line. Everyone lining up single file on the inside. Green flag is out. Long hold, though, for Prismatic Motorsports Athena. Just now at the start-finish line, they finally jump, and she is underway, leading the GT3s into turn number 1, and it's a good getaway from the Audis as they are single file into the opening few corners. No moves being made through turns 1, 2, 3, and 4, and Cade, the GT4, is getting off to a similar jump. It looks like a safety-mandated single-file start here for both fields here on the afternoon as they make their way through the center chicane. So far, we are clean and green.
Yeah, it looked like that was a little bit of a safety-encouraged move. Get the cars, have them launch a little bit later, have them run through that first chicane single file, still single file all the way through both classes, as the tightest battles on track going to be right here in the GT4 category. A couple of AMs and pros mixing it up. Now we're finally going to go side by side. This is going to be really tight. Looks like pass going to get made, and this is for second in the GT3 category. Move the Phantom car up to P2.
Still holding on as well for Enosis Esports, now running 4th and 5th in the GT3 Pro field. Another huge look to the inside. That's a brave lunge into the final corner. The Lamborghini going to pull it off, kicks the tail end out. Traction control can only do so much. An attempted attack for 3rd. We'll see him instead tumble down to 5th.
And that was a major slip up, lost a lot of track position, but also a major save. Could have been much worse on the opening lap for the Enosis group. Able to keep that car pointed in the right direction and live to fight another day. We're going to ride along board. We're going to see what happens here. Looks like that was a very optimistic lunge to the inside. And yeah, just trying to get the power down as hard as you can is going to step the back end out on that Lamborghini. Once again, a lot of talent being employed there to keep that car going in a straight line, keep themselves in the race even though they've given up a few positions.
I got a feeling like we're talking a little bit mildly when it comes to a major lunge there. One car going around, I think that's the Treehouse Racing. No, that's it's the 142 Porsche for NGC by Magrem Dorada off of the GT4 AMs of the 142. And almost looks like struggling for a little bit of traction. Single car issue. I'd imagine just outbraking themselves into turn number 4. You jump back up front to Sim Racing Grid Phantom, still trying to apply pressure to the Prismatic Motorsports Athena number 98 Audi, continuing to lead the way.
And this is the closest battle on the track. That NGC car that we saw spin out, they had led the GT4 AM category to the green flag. So not sure exactly what happened there to knock them from 1st to 3rd in that category. We're going to get a replay of it here. Looks like contact with their sister car. Actually didn't spin it out, but just kind of knocked them off into the runoff. So we're going to keep our eye on this battle for the lead. To be noted, the car in P3 just set the fastest lap of the race, so RPM pushing to try to get themselves involved and make this a 3-car battle. And there's the contact between one of the GT4 Pros and one of the GT4 AMs. A little bit of interclass violence there.
Luckily, those Porsches not front-engine vehicles, so they're saved from too much actual mechanical damage. As a result, the battles continue to be one to watch in the GT3 categories, particularly in the Pro field. Yet again, a huge look to the inside for Enosis Esports' SimDeck.app entry. Trying to claw through the field, the Lamborghini punches his way around the the Prismatic Motorsports Minerva GT3 AM leader. Still sitting about 7/10 though behind their sister car, the EMX Gaming 93, just up the road.
And I think that 28 has a lot of incentive right there to kind of get out of the way, give the pro car the position right. You're racing them, but not really. If you want the class win, you've only got to beat the other one other car in the field, and the best way to do that is to make sure that you are around at the end. They've already put up a 2-second gap on the 21 machine, so they want to make sure they don't bleed any more time by fighting a car that isn't really in their class. We're going to take a look back here. This is the fight for the 4th position within the GT4 category. A couple of huge-ass cars going at it. Almeida, the sponsor for this series, that team is involved here in the 5th spot, trying to look for a move. Going to close up a lot on entry. Will he be able to maintain on exit? He's going to be able to stay pretty close here. A little bit of a fake to the inside. This is a good battle here for P4.
4th place up for grabs in GT4 Pro. Looking for the outside line is Andrew Moore with the Almeida Racing Academy. Austin Tucker can't defend into Wakefield Bend. The 199 going to scoot through, pushing that car into the wall on the left-hand side of the circuit.
I was going to say, got a little hard-to-bargy there, knocked him nearly into the wall. I don't believe there was contact with the guardrail for the left side of that 136 machine, so I don't think significant damage, but we're going to ride along. He's going to get over the grass. Ooh, he did catch the barrier there just a little bit with the left front. Got the tire barrier there. No significant damage. I don't see anything from this angle looking down at the front bumper of that 136, but he's now going to fall back into the clutches of his teammate in the huge-ass gold machine.
And black flag for LCT Racing for the GT3 Amfield in the number 21 Aston Martin, and they're just going to look to take the tow early. So already our first retirement of the day, as Hans Blancard not going to be looking to contend with this one. Tough break for the crew. He was running solo today from the looks of things, and evidently, whatever happened, he's going to be finishing this race in the pits as well.
We'll see if we can get a look at that. That's essentially going to lock up the GT3 AM win to that 28 machine. There it is. It looked like grabbed some contact with actually the right rear wheel that got the car hopped up and over the curb and eventually turned around face first into a barrier. So we'll see how long it takes them to get that repaired if they want to continue this race. They're certainly going to be very far behind. As we ride on board, here's how it happened. And I just ate way too much of that right-hand curve there.
Now, that black flag was not for the penalty, by the way. It was actually for ignoring stewarding instructions. Now, what those instructions were, we do not know, but that is why the penalty was handed down. So, reasons remain a mystery for the black flag, but hey, when the stewards pass down a rule, you know, that rule is law. We are not running a democracy. We are a dictatorship, as it so often is from race control. They must be obeyed. It is the same situation with iRacing so many times. You're on aboard with Julian Carsey. Started on pole with the GT4 Pros, but giving up that lead to Treehouse Racing. They are only about half a second back, though.
Yeah, he's giving it up, but he wants it back. Bottom right, that is the GT3 lead category. You see the 14 car has put up the fastest lap of the race, so he's pushing really hard to get around the Prismatic Athena machine. We're going to switch screens now to take a little bit of a bigger look at that, as that is the closest battle on track. Meanwhile, the RPM machine is about 1/10 of a second faster than those two on average. So the 10 car closing in as well. Back to the GT4s. Great exit for the Treehouse machines. Going to add just a couple of feet to that lead. Pretty good through, I believe that is turn number 8. Excuse me, that's turn 7. But going to get a little bit of a slipstream back to the JKR machine, as both battles very close right now. And I thought we might have seen him move out of the Phantom car, but not quite yet. He's going to stick right in line.
Making our way back in towards East Terrace. As this pack doing everything they can. Sorry, they're actually making their way up through Hut Street onto Bartles Road on that sprint down towards turn number 8. And so they will remain tightly packed together, line astern. JKR remaining in second. on the bottom right of your screen as well. Treehouse Racing has been unable to break away. Jake Carr's been able to find a way through. Sim Racing Grid Phantom, similar story with Prismatic Motorsports Athena. It is a fierce battle for the lead in both of your pro classes on the day.
But this is what you talk about with street course racing, this style of racing where you're not going to be side by side very often. You have to pick and choose. There was a little bit of contact there for the GT4s in the bottom right-hand corner as the leaders are catching some lap traffic. That's one of the Thonk machines, the 119 car, going to get out of the way. As we look back down on the bottom, this is the battle for third within the GT4 category. The Almeida machine has run down another guy. Look for the lead, though. Here goes the Phantom car. Can the BMW get the crossover? Doesn't look like he's got enough. The Athena machine still clear and still hanging on to the lead.
There was an effort for sure, and what he tried to do there, right, tried to back out, go for the over-under, but when the track shifts from left to left like that all over again, it's impossible to get that over under the way you might like. Now I could see that working into a turn like 6 or 7, but not through 4 and 5 where the track immediately switches back the other way. Now you see them flashing the headlights furiously as some of their GT4 competitors trying to get them out of the way, because what they're both trying to do as well is break apart from RPM Racing, a change of position as well for 4th place in the GT3 Pro category.
And that's that 199 continuing the march forward. I can't remember if they didn't qualify or if they just had a bad start to the race, but they have a really good amount of pace in the Almeida car. And they have now up to P3. They've completed a couple of passes in the course of this one. Talk about how difficult it is to get alongside and make a position, while the Almeida machine making it look easy. Rather, they have yet to grab that 3rd position, still riding on board looking for it. I should say the pass was the 144 completing the move. The Almeida car still chasing, but they have a lot of pace. They are going to be continuing to make their way forward as this race progresses. Here is the battle for the lead. Stuck in traffic, that brings RPM right into it. The Thonk car just trying to get out of the way, hanging on right now to the class lead, so they don't want to give up too much time, but they have 3 very fast GT3s right there with them. And it looks like they're going to get that one sorted out single file just about the same way that they came in. So no major position changes with the lap traffic, but that's going to be a big theme on the day. Passing is difficult even if you are much faster than the other car, and it's going to create some bottlenecks with these GT4s.
Cutting our way back into the permanent sections of the racetrack, and of course this fight scything through the GT4s means that it's not going to be too much long before they catch up to the GT4 Pro lead as well. And that's one of the more terrifying prospects, right, Cade? When you get 2 class leads in the same spot in the racetrack, both of them looking to be close battles as well. Because you know that the GT4s are not going to be making it easy on the GT3s to get through. And in fact, you saw right there, the huge ass cars both play support for one another. They're not looking to make it easy on the GT3s as they fight their way through. How about splitting the Mustang and a huge dive to the inside? Sim Racing Grid Phantom trying for the launch. No dice.
And part of it is the GT4s pushing. Part of it is it's just a single file track, right? You talk about that first chicane and then a couple of really tight right-handers immediately after that. You just don't have anywhere to go. There is one racing line, and if you get off of that racing line, you're off over the curbs. What happened to the 21 car could happen to you. You don't want to see that. And so if you're one of these GT4s, you don't really have a choice. You kind of have to sit on that racing line, and unfortunately, you're clogging up the pipe a little bit, and it's up to the GT3s to find a way to get around. All of this battling has brought the Enosis cars back into the battle for the GT3 class lead. Even though there's only 5 of them, they are all fighting for the win. Really exciting to watch. We're going to take a look back here. This battle for the 3rd position still ongoing. The Almeida car still yet to make the pass. Great defense being played by the Rubis Gas team. As they can see now the GT3s in their mirror. They're big and they are coming fast.
Federico Faria continuing to try to hold on for the GT4 Pro lead against Andrew Moore, and it is a twin Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sport fight up at the top end of the field. Morin not able to get any looks going through 1, 2, or 3. Now, ideally, what these GT3s would do is wait until they get back around to the to turn 7 to the back straightaway before they really go for the look to try to lap. It looks like that's exactly what they're going to do. And like you called correctly, right, you also had the battle for third with Jacques McCullough and El Torres started to catch up to these guys. Here go the top two, blitzing around the top two in GT4 Pro. Third and fourth will have to wait, though, until after turn 8.
And I thought for a moment the 14 was going to take a look to the inside. Look at this. On the outside, can the BMW get the switchback in 9? No, not quite. The prismatic car parks it on the apex and is going to maintain the lead, but that holds up both of those cars and brings both the 10 and the 90, both of those cars rather, so it is still a 4-car fight, and I think the Sim Racing Grid Phantom car is just a little bit faster. Great looking paint scheme too, and it might be giving him a little bit extra speed. I think if he can get clear of the 98 machine, he's gonna be just a little bit quicker, but great defense being played right now by the 98, driving the wheels off of that thing and hanging on to this late track position. Very important. Here goes another move side by side once again. Can the crossover work this time? No, huge block.
Korea going to cover off the line. Now that 144 did have contact with the 4th place Lamborghini coming through the hairpin as well, as they went 3 wide with all this GT3 traffic. You saw it at the tail of the shot while we were watching that battle for the lead. And oh man, in fact, you saw right there again, that 4th place Lamborghini catching the wall a bit. So, you know, Esports SimDeck.app with El Torres behind the wheel with the number 90, catching the wall a couple of times. That left side of the car not going to be looking too pretty, especially when you're trying to fight for a podium spot.
Fighting for a podium, and also only 16 minutes into a 4-hour race. You got to keep the fenders on it. Here's the move, trying to get around GT4 traffic, but that could open up the door for Phantom flashing from that lead car, but they're going to be clear into this left-hander. Here comes around the outside. The 14 way overshoots it deep into the grass, and that's going to tuck that car all the way back at the end of the line, back to P4.
Boy, JKR not happy at all, and I can't say I blame them either with the immense battling that has taken place. It's no wonder that JKR and the Mercedes-AMG is getting a little bit upset with all of this. And the two Porsches side by side again as Almeida Racing Academy trying to race this one out. 3rd place, up for grabs with agency by Rubens Goss. And they're going to get it back down to single file as they enter turn number 4. Cutting back to the lead, RPM Racing and Prismatic Motorsports Athena remain the two to watch up front. But RPM has lost some ground back to Enosis Esports.
The Enosis car, you can see with that little purple stopwatch, fastest lap of the race means they have good single speed at least. We're going to take a look at the replay here. This is how those two Porsche GT4s got side by side. Looks to me like the NGC machine completely missed the apex on Foster's there and opened up the door, but was able to maintain the position here into turn 1. Wow, really difficult to get through there side by side, but great little bit of defense, and then great job getting single file to let that 28 GT3 car through. Back up front, it's now become a 3-car battle. I don't wonder, Nolan, if there's a little bit of damage to the 14 machine. They have dropped off quite a bit. I don't think there was significant contact in the incident where that car lost the lead, but any little bit of damage, iRacing might have modeled it a little weirdly and made them sacrifice a ton of speed as they're going to scrape the wall just a little bit to set up for that right-hand corner. They've lost a decent bit of speed on that BMW. I don't know if it's just overheating the tires or if there is some sort of damage to that car.
Hustling back into turn number 8. Prismatic Motorsports Athena still maintaining their run to the top end of the field. RPM Racing sitting just in the wings. Looking like it could get a little bit dicey here. This is Esports SimCube app that are hot on their heels. SimDeck.app, excuse me. Still 1 second behind, and the top 3 separated by just 1 second. An impressive feat when you're 20 minutes into a race and you've made your way through the entirety of a slower classic cars. These GT3s very evenly matched so far up at the front.
and that's how close it is. You can see how close the 10 car got to the bumper of the 98, just trying to generate a run, trying to generate a moment, right? There's got to be some sort of moment where the 98 car gets offline and you're going to be able to get to the inside or get to the outside and make that pass. I think what happened to the 14 is he tried to force the issue, and that is what resulted in the incident that made him lose a lot of track position. Here goes the Almeida car, meanwhile, to the inside for third in the GT4 category, but he's going to be stuck on the outside of this next corner and shoved wide and still unable to complete the pass. Now he's flashing the headlights. Yeah, he's got to be upset.
Yeah, I don't blame him either. NGC just pushed all the way out like he wasn't really there. Almeida Racing Academy's 199 did the right thing by backing out of that deal. A second GT4 fight up for grabs here. This the one for the class lead, as Julian Garces has caught Richard Cawthra, the third car in line. Aspen Martin, she runs for Prismatic Motorsports Minerva in the Aston Martin GT3, trying to find a way through, but at least be respectful and allowing for the pros to have their fight, because Martin not fighting with anybody on the racetrack right now.
Yeah, Martin's got that win, so a little bit of a 4-hour test session, if you will. Try to discover some things, maybe test some things out for the setup. I got to give a shout out to that 143 JKR machine, though. They were about 2 seconds back of the Treehouse Racing machine. The last I looked at that battle, now looking over at the timing tower, you can see it is 2/10 and riding along board. It's even less than that, as Garces is going to look to the outside, maybe try to get a nice over-under moment here, and he's going to get a look. He's going to be at the quarter panel of the 118, but a left-hander here is going to allow that Mustang to slide right up in front and maintain the lead. That was a great side-by-side battle. This is a great side-by-side battle as well. The battle for third will not go away.
Yet again, contact once, twice. These two drivers not willing to give up the fight as they continue to battle that again, making their way towards turn 6. Federico Faria finally dropping against Andrew Morin as JKR maintains the run in second place. Almeida Racing Academy back up into third in the GT4 Pro category. You got the battle for the class lead, bottom right of your screen, big screen. That's the battle for third. And already, ARA started to pull a bit of a gap as they make their way through turn 8 down the back chute.
I think he was faster through that entire battle, and that's why it's so frustrating, especially at a track that has limited passing opportunities and some of these funnel sections, right, where you have to get down to single file. It gets frustrating because you have to run the line, and you obviously can't run through the guy ahead of you, so you've just got to sit there and bleed away tenths that you know you could be gaining on the car in front. Going to be really interesting to see if that 199 team over the course of the next 3.5 hours can get up to the leaders of that class. We're going to take a look at the final overtake, as it were. This battle went on forever, kind of faked high, dumped the car low, and was able to get side by side and just stuck it on the outside right there. Plenty of contact, but this battle had kind of lended itself to that, right? Kind of the golden rule of racing. Race me the way I race you, and once the first bit of contact was initiated, the 199 machine, they had no problem kind of giving the favor back, and now they have started to drive away, opened up a full second back to the 144, and at the moment they are the fastest GT4 on the track.
JKR and Treehouse Racing maintain the gap of 1-2 head of the field, about 10 seconds clear. Meanwhile, you check back in on the GT3s. Athena for Prismatic, the Athena car for Prismatic Motorsports still leading the way. RPM Racing second, and those is Esports Simdeck.app still running back in third, still within 1 second, and the Phantom car for Sim Racing Grid starting to gain a little bit of traction as well with the BMW. Now that BMW lost a good chunk of ground earlier on as the number 90 struggled with some connectivity issues. How about RPM though? Clearly running a higher downforce setup, because you saw how he quickly pulled away from third and reeled in the leaders through turn 8.
And that's something I think we can continue to watch and continue to talk about over the course of the day. Some of these cars, they are set up with those high downforce packages, right? They want to be really good in the corner. They want to get the car set. They want to hit the apex, and they want to make up their lap time that way. But you get on the straightaway, and it's difficult to maintain a lot of that speed when you get to the ends of a couple of these long straights. You just have too much drag. The lower downforce cars there, I think that's what Prismatic has gone with for the 98 machine, because they did gap it. Oh, big moment for the 10. Hard into the inside barrier. Caught the turn 1 chicane. And that car looks like the left front suspension is absolutely killed. Huge disappointment. They were running second at the time and into the barriers again, and that could be day done for RPM Racing.
And this is on board with the replay. Just caught too much of that second curb, and the right side's lifted off the ground, and from this point on, that car is broke, right? It's now struggling with suspension damage, and that is made even more apparent when it goes to the turn 4. And the car just refuses to turn until it strikes the wall. So RPM Racing very much going to be down, maybe not out, but certainly with a huge uphill climb ahead of them. Tough break for the Finnish entries of Jaakko Michaela, as well as the Swede of Charlie Lund Nilsson, the second driver of the car. And if Nilsson jumps into the car after the repairs are done, boy, what a jump ahead he's got for him.
Yeah, it'll be a long way to go, but I tell you what, that turn 1 chicane, I think the score is now 2-0. That is the second car that second curb has claimed. We're going to see the leader hit it right here, and you can see she doesn't want to take too much of the actual apex of that corner. Doesn't want to take the pointed part. You want to hit it a little bit early. I think trying to eat too much of that curb and hitting it more at the spot where it starts to point, that's what's been unsettling these cars, especially on the right rear part of the suspension. It's happened twice now. Hopefully it doesn't happen a third time. The field's already getting pretty thin as it is. We talk about the heat wave in Europe. Thinking about those guys. Hopefully everybody over there is staying cool, staying calm, and taking care of yourselves, drinking plenty of water. It's the reason why some of these entries have not showed up today, but already a thin field and getting thinned out by the turn 2 curb, not doing us any favors here, and that has allowed the 98 team to open up a 1.5 second gap, their largest of the day.
Check it back in on the GT4 Pro leaders. Treehouse Racing still leading 1.3 from JKR. With all the lap traffic working their way through, they've been able to build a bit more of a gap ahead of them. JKR, though, has been doing a good job on keeping Treehouse Racing honest through the first half an hour. It's hard to believe, Cade, we're already a half hour deep into the race. It feels like it's only been about, 10, 15 minutes.
Well, they've been racing it like it's a sprint race. It feels like the top 3 or 4 in that GT3 category, they came into this one with a little bit of the intact mentality, right? Go out and get the win and be leading 20 minutes in, and that's not usually the kind of mentality that you would take to an endurance race. But I think with the limited side-by-side opportunities that you have on a track as narrow as Adelaide, you have to be in attack mode from the get-go, because you might only get 1 or 2 opportunities to pass the car ahead, and so you've got to be ready to pounce when those opportunities present themselves. Now the fields start to get strung out just a little bit. We see now 3 seconds instead of 1 separating the top 3 in the GT3 category. Of course, we also have a couple of those cars out of the race and in the pits. So now that it's gotten spread out a little bit, I think the pace of the race is going to start to slow down just a little bit. Guys are going to start to take their time. We're going to get around to pit stops coming up soon as we close in on the end of the fuel window for the GT3 cars. And I think we'll see who's super effective on the pit stops. That's going to set the order, and I think as we head into the second hour, it's going to start to feel a little bit more like an endurance race and a little bit less like a mad dash.
Batting Motorsports Athena still maintaining the 7/10 of a second gap, and right now putting the huge ass Porsche between herself and those Sports Simdeck.app. Exactly what she was hoping for, right? Because now Naspuger Choknier, and again, apologies if I butchered the pronunciation. If someone wants to correct me, please feel free to. Still leading the way, and OC Sports Simdeck.app running in the number 2 spot. But look at how much time the number 2 car has lost the result for Ale Torres for OC Sports. They're now down by almost a full second. They were within half when they were entering turn 4.
there is going to be a lot of ebb and flow of those time intervals. I'm seeing the Enosis car continue to be just a little bit quicker than the Prismatic car. I thought it was really key that the 98 team was able to maintain the lead throughout this first half hour, defend so many challenges, fend off so many attackers. It was really impressive, and it was really key for that track position because I don't think they have the outright pace as the cars behind him. You see Torres has managed to run down a few more tenths off that gap, but as soon as he's going to get there, I think he's going to struggle to make the pass because that Prismatic car has been so good on the defense. So we'll keep an eye on that track. This is very important. The other thing to talk about here, I suppose we can mention, if you're new to us, if you've never watched one of these FTR endurance events before, full course yellows are a potential. It's handled by a little bit of an automated system, so we're not exactly sure if and when a yellow is going to come out, but something interesting about this track is because it's such a closed-off track with limited opportunities for off-tracks, the number of incidents are going to accumulate much slower than they typically would when you would get the opportunity for cars to go off-track. Right here, you're not going to see many 1x incident points handed out by iRacing. Instead, it's going to be a very few number of 2s and 4s as drivers collide with the barriers. So I don't know if we will see one, but there is the potential for a full course yellow, although I think it's going to take quite a bit of time for the field to get to the point where the automated yellow would be thrown. We're looking at a good battle for the lead, though. Torres has continued to close it down and bring that Enosis car right into the battle. This is the best they've run all day, up in that second position, now trying to make a challenge for the lead.
Torres still trying to run down Chocnier up at the head of the field. So Prismatic Motorsports Athena doing a good job of still holding on to the top spot. And right behind them, you of course have that battle for third still underway, or at least it was still underway. I thought it was underway. It was just NGC giving up a bit of, Sim Race Gear Phantom making their way on by with Mark Reynolds. Reynolds, of course, has been trying to claw the gap forward with the BMW as well, still sitting within a 2.5 second advantage with that 14 entry. Has the top two in sight, but so far, I think it's just lacked some of that top-end charge to reel him in.
And I had wondered if this car had some damage. It doesn't look like it because the gap has been about the same, somewhere between 2 to 3 seconds off of the Prismatic car. So they're matching lap times, but they're not making any inroads. So I think the car is okay. They'll have a big opportunity on the pit stop, I think, to gain positions. I think there are tenths and potentially full seconds to be gained being aggressive enough on pit entry and being good on your outlap. When you have cold tires, the track going to drive completely differently the first 1 or 2 laps coming out of the pits, and I think that's going to be the chance for a pass to be made, not necessarily on track, but on pit road. The battle for the GT4 category, meanwhile, still hot right now. The 118, the 143, Treehouse and JKR have not gotten away from each other in the first half of this race, and a little bit of wall contact there from the 118 as he's trying to put the gap, but it is still just half a second for the GT4 lead.
And right behind, Chocnier has started to lose some ground as El Torres hot on her heels. Chocnier going to look for the right-hand side as we battle our way through the final corners into Foster's. Cawthron will remain in the lead of this 4-car group. Not for long. The Audi thought had a bit of a bump there for Enosis Esports SimDeck.app right behind. But the Spanish contender running the number 2 spot did give a little bit of leeway here. So Prismatic Motorsports Athena still holding on, and Chocnier doing a great job on playing defense.
And we've seen now that that Prismatic team, they have held off 2 charges, right? Big charge from the 14, the Sim Racing Grid BMW, they kind of overran the corner, lost a bottom momentum, and now they are stuck back in third. The 10 car 2 RPM came up, they made a big attack, and unfortunately the mistake in the chicane knocked that car out of the race. So now it's Enosis' turn. What are they going to be able to do with that second position. I think Alatorres is going to have to learn from the mistakes of the other drivers, and keep in mind that this is a very long race. Consistent pressure on that prismatic car, force them into a mistake, try to get them to open up the door, even if it's just a little bit. That's going to be the way to make the pass. Forcing the issue, we've seen it, it doesn't work, so you're going to have to try a little bit of a different approach there for that 90 team. Consistent of pressure from here to the pit stop, I think, is going to be the way to go, not overdriving the car, and if you can't leapfrog them on pit road or with the outlap, just exit close and continue laying that pressure on. Right here, it's just 3 car lengths, as we're going to look back at another great battle, this one even closer than that. JKR still not going away. Meanwhile, way off in the distance, the Almeida car has closed this gap down by 3 seconds. It is now just around the 10-second mark. It was the 12-second mark. So that car, after a round of pit stops, could be a little bit closer as well. And Nolan, we could have 2 great battles on our hands for both the GT3 and GT4 leads. Despite the field size, these have been some pretty great shows getting put on.
We're going to be around, if not just past the halfway point in the fuel window as it currently stands. And 0.4 of a second, JKR had a great run going through turn 6, just wasn't able to capitalize through 7. But the Mercedes still doing a good job on keeping Treehouse Racing's Richard Cawthra honest at the sharp end of the field. Cawthra and Carsees have been unable to break away from each other all race long. Correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think there's been a single point all race where they've been separated by more than 1.5 seconds from the green flag.
And it's been the same way for them as it has for the GT3 class league as well. I mean, everybody's lap times have been so on top of each other, which when you look at the differences in setups and you look at the differences in the cars, the front engine, the mid-engine versus the rear engine, to me, it's really surprising that the lap times have been as close as they are, but I think that speaks to the talent of the drivers and the setups, building the setups and making everything behind the scenes, getting all that to work out. I'm really curious how this pit cycle is going to shake everything out, because I want these cars to stay as close as they are. I mean, look at this. What is this, 36 minutes into the race? And we've got a fantastic battle going on for the overall lead. A couple of other great battles going on as well. Like you said, they've persisted from the beginning of the race. This might be a side-by-side opportunity headed into turn number 9. Prismatic gonna play defense, and Osis finally looking for the outside, but they're gonna stay smart and they're gonna back out of that one, live to fight another day after some more great defense from Chaknier.
Bit of a side-by-side here as well, as down the inside, Carsees finally takes the spot away for the GT4 Pro lead from Richard Cawthra. Took that one down to the turn 8 with a turn 9 with a huge dive bomb into the DeKentville hairpin. So Carsees punches his way through. Cawthra now will have to try to see if he can challenge back. No move made into Forster's. But how does it make the way towards that center chicane? The possibility always there. 118, not done fighting yet.
You talk about how close these cars have been matched all race. This battle not going to go away just because the pass has been made. I'm curious to see what the 118 is going to be able to do with clean air, though. If he can open up a little bit of a gap, I think it's going to be super difficult, but not impossible. The slipstream, not something that you talk about a lot here. So many slow speed corners and relatively few straightaways that gets fast enough for the toe to matter, but going to be after this right-hander. This is, I believe, turn 7. They're going to be heading down the long straight to turn 8. This is the one spot where you could get a little bit of that draft, and it doesn't look like the Treehouse car is going to be close to take too much advantage of it. We'll ride along here through turn 8. Look at that guardrail on the right. You're going to go all the way from nearly clipping that to nearly clipping the wall. As we're going to have a look back at the GT3 lead that was really, really close. And now the 90 car has gone and given up a couple of seconds, nearly fallen into the clutches of the SRG Phantom car. So we'll take a look at what happened to number 90.
So it's not been an actual spin. It hasn't been a strike to the wall, but what it has been is he blinks out considerably and then reappears a couple seconds back, which implies to me, Cade, that the driver of that car, Ale Torres, has likely had a bit of a hardware issue, meaning the screen would have locked up, the sim locked up itself, so it flashes out of existence, and when it appears, that's when the sim actually caught up and began to get rolled at the end, albeit now 2 seconds down the road. It's not an insurmountable gap, but a lot of work needed to be done to close the gap once again. So the battle's still underway for the GT4 Pro lead, and it is now one of the only battles on the racetrack.
And that 90 car's been blinking in and out for this entire race. I'm sure you've noticed a little bit. They get snatched away, abducted by aliens, I think. I've heard some commentators calling it. They just kind of flash out for a second, whether it's a hardware issue, a connectivity issue, as there's the gap is closing now. It's back to under a second. And so if they can figure those issues out, or if it's something on Torres's end and the teammate's going to get in the car and not have those issues, it's going to make it a little bit easier for Enosis. Again, it's not necessarily a team issue, probably a personal issue for the current driver of that car. We'll see. I think they are a little bit faster than the 98 just on raw pace, like we've talked about before, but the 98's been able to play defense, so we'll see if they can close that gap again. This battle, though, will not go away. The Treehouse Machine's going to slide it through Foster's and get to the inside. Advantage is going to be to JKR when they hit turn 1, and they're going to get this thing singled out, single file, so they can live to fight another day.
Julian Carsey is continuing to run this one out. Richard Cothra hot on his heels, unable to realistically do much to close the gap, but try as he may, he's at least keeping the battle nice and close, just the way you like to see it. This, of course, coming in here to be yet another pretty big run on the afternoon, as we are looking to be pretty close, in a pretty close fight here for the spots as you work your way back through turn number 8.
I'll let that, that's the GT3M, the only one left in the field. The Prismatic car, Minerva car, is going to get around them, get through cleanly. Again, they're kind of using this as a little bit of a test session, as they're pretty far back in the rest of the GT3 field. But able to get through these GT4s cleanly without either of them losing a ton of time. That's important because the Almeida machine, the 199, has closed down another 2 seconds. The gap now under 8 seconds between the Treehouse machine and the 199. Again, I don't know if that battle is going to happen before we get to the pit stops, but they definitely a lot of speed from the Alameda Racing Academy car. And the JKR Treehouse, those two, they got to make sure they don't fight each other a little bit too much. Again, if they keep getting side by side through some of these corners where it's difficult to beat side by side, then you are going to give up a lot of time, and you don't want to turn it into a 3-car battle, because holding off 1 car is much easier than holding off 2.
Enosis Esports setting the fastest lap of the race that time by, so Torres definitely on the push now, trying to reel the gap back in to Nasugar Choknier. Choknier still playing defense, but being held up more and more by GT4 traffic, and that flashed the headlights again, expressing some of that displeasure on the huge-ass Mustang not moving up and out of the way. The number 90 still keeping the gap honest, but you have to imagine at this point, Choknier has continued to look in those mirrors. Prismatic Motorsports, of course, a team that has loved to use all of the racetrack when playing on defense, running the race, just running that line and effectively making it so the opponent has to find their way around them the hard way.
But I always liked that as a faster car. You know, I liked having to find a way around the slower traffic rather than them kind of rolling over and giving me a straightaway or an apex or something, as Torres is going to close right up on the bumper of Choknier. Got a great run through the final corner there to stay close on the straight, kind of bringing the 14 car there with him, as that gap is a little bit closer than it was before. It was 3 seconds now too, but I like the challenge of it being in a faster car, whether it's a prototype in a typical IMSA series or you're running the GT3 here in a GT3 GT4 split, you gotta find a way. You gotta get creative, and it puts it back in the hands of the driver. And it's certainly frustrating at the time, right? You're in the battle for the lead, and you're thinking, man, get this slower car out of my way. But that's what the challenge is of driving one of the faster cars in a multi-class split. You got to get creative. You got to try a different line. It's frustrating at a track like Adelaide where there aren't many alternative lines. It's a very single groove track, but you have the horsepower advantage, and so you kind of just got to go out and get it done, find a way to do it. That's been the challenge for these League 2, but they've basically done an equal job, if not a little bit of a better job for the 90. We mentioned them blinking out, losing 2 seconds. The gap has now been closed down again, and it's up to Ala Torres to once again look for an opportunity to potentially make that pass.
"44.5 minutes deep into this race, and if this is the kind of action we're being treated to at a street circuit, the likes of which are notoriously difficult to pass at, imagine what kind of racing we'll be getting in about a month or so when we swing out to Interlagos for the final race of the season, right? A track well-renowned, widely regarded as one of the best racing circuits on the planet, and for very good reason. It's going to be a wild final 6 hours to this championship, but still have 3 and 15 more to go here in this race this afternoon, as both GT3 leaders getting checked up that time behind Carson Catlett.
It's a really sketchy moment there, and looking at the GT4 categories, we talked about a moment between the 142 and the 143 earlier in this race. I think is what happened. There was some contact that sent the NGC car away. He's actually closed the gap down to the Thonk powered by Beer team. So the gap for the GT4 AM lead is closing back up. They've driven away from the other Thonk machine, the 119 that we just saw navigating there. So that's what's going on in the arguably the don't want to call it the lowest class, but the class that's kind of towards the rear of the grid. They've got some good battling going on there, but not quite as good yet. It hasn't closed up as much as the battle for the lead as they are navigating through a little bit more traffic. You can see still the top 3 all on screen. Man, Enosis is there. I don't know what it's going to take to get the pass done, but it's been flawless defense for nearly an hour now from the Prismatic machine. They just haven't put a wheel wrong. They haven't been too aggressive. They haven't made a massive mistake, and they have kept that car clean. No damage to the 98 car, I think, is the key, and that's been the way that they've been able to hang on to this race lead.
Chuck DA continuing to hold on to the lead of the race. Enosis Esports SimDeck.app continuing to run number 2 with El Torres behind the wheel. Now, we're starting to approach that pit window to be opening up for the first time today, right? Usually takes about an hour. In fact, speaking of which, Sim Racing Grid Phantom coming down the pit road just behind some Mark Reynolds will make his way into the box from South Africa. Now, at this point in time here, Cade, are you thinking driver change this early on? Mark Reynolds won't have to worry about that because he's the lone driver of his car, but if you're one of these teams that does have multiple drivers, I don't know, it feels early for a driver swap.
It really does. What I always like to do in endurance racing is I almost wanted to do 2 or 3 stints if I was the driver, because it would take me a couple laps, right, to get in the zone, and once I'm zoned in, I just want to go. I just want to start putting laps down. I can feel the rhythm. I'm understanding how the car's changing as the fuel burns. I'm understanding how the car's changing as the tires wear out. I'm understanding the passing zones to get around the slower cars, or if, in this case, if I'm a GT4, I'm understanding where I can let the leaders by without losing too much time, like we're seeing the Almeida car right here. He's just going to give him the apex, but get a good corner exit. That's the kind of thing that you learn to do, and it gets repetitive, and it becomes a rhythm, and I hate it to be disrupted and taken out of that rhythm. Looking at this race, it looks like it's going to be a 4-stop race. You're going to have to stop for fuel 4 times as the leader peels off. And for the first time today, we're going to see a lead change, and that's because the Prismatic Motorsports Athena machine who's led from the pole, has dropped into the pits. So to your point, Nolan, I think it's too early for a driver change here. I think the current drivers like Chocnier, Torres, they are in a rhythm. They want to keep going. But when we make the second or third of the 4 pit stops that we'll have to make today, I think that's when you're going to want to just split it in half, get your second driver in a rhythm, and then let that second driver take you all the way to the checkered flag.
Oh, that was a little bit close there, wasn't it? Prismatic Motorsports, Athena into pit road, and it looks like Chocnier will be remaining in the car for this one. Amy Grime, the other driver that will be jumping into the car later on this afternoon. Both racers out of Hungary here this afternoon. As yet again, that Lamborghini not having a great time out there. El Torres, the Spanish contender, with Jonathan Goiti-Sati playing spotter right now and will later be co-driver with that number 90 Lamborghini, jumping into the lead of the race. Enosis Esports EMX Gaming, 19 seconds down the road with Jorge Carrera.
And now it's time for the leader to pit again. It's going to be 1 lap later than the Prismatic car. We'll see where they shake out. And if they decide to do a driver change, that would be the one reason for a driver change right now, is if you're having hardware or connectivity issues, you could get Torres out of the car and you could try to diagnose those things, as the other Enosis car going to pit here as well. A couple of laps later than the 14, we'll see if there's any sort of advantage to an overcut or an undercut. It looks like whatever happened on the cycle worked out really well for Prismatic. The gap was 2 seconds back to the 14 when they pit, and now that they've both completed an outlap, the gap is more than 20 seconds. So I'm curious if there was some sort of mistake by the Sim Racing Grid Phantom car, if they put fresh tires on and, you know, made some sort of mistake on cold tires. We'll see what happens here, though, as the Enosis cars are finishing up their pit stops. As the Prismatic machine is hitting the finish line, this is going to be the merge. Is Enosis going to be clear into 1? Yes! New race leader after the pit cycle, and it goes to car number 90, but he's going to have a very low amount of grip for this first lap, and this is going to be Chocnier's chance to remake that pass and take the lead.
All right, so now it's a reversal of roles. We've seen what Chocnier can do on defense for 45 minutes. Time to see what she can do on offense against the Lamborghini. Has the advantage that those tires are back up to temps, so are the brakes. Should allow her to get a little bit of an upper hand for at least a lap or two here. So if she wants to use that advantage, she's got to make this move here fast. She's close enough. Could have the dive into 8 if she wants it. She's making the look. She's going to try to send it down the inside of the Duquetteville hairpin. Close contact! Around. Going to go the Lamborghini with Torres.
Torres makes a great save, actually. Didn't spin it, kept it pointed in the right direction. But, oh man, that's going to be an interesting one for the stewards to go back and have a look at. The 98 certainly got deep into the corner, but we talked about the pressure. You knew you were going to have to make the move now as the advantage goes away. There's the dive, and unfortunately somebody planted a tree right in the middle of our view. Wasn't a great look at it there, but if we can get another look at that, we'll see exactly what happened. But that's what happens, right? We've seen it twice today. You push the issue, and something happens. This is a moment where Prismatic now were the ones pushing the issue. It's just such a narrow corner. They're hard to run side by side. I don't know who was expected to give, but one of them had to, neither did. And that's going to be a 3-second loss for car number 90.
GT4 and battle up for grabs here. Thonk Beer about to be put under some fire here from the drivers behind. This is Carson Catlin currently having to contend with the likes of Austin Tucker. Sorry, Brooks. Okay, I'm completely turned around. Brooks Clayton. Sorry, trying to fend off Artur Loureiro a little bit further behind. NGC by Margam Dorada running down Brooks Clayton. Thonk Beer course on the tower. Long name, Thonk Esports Motorsports Sim Sports Racing powered by Beer. Bit of a shot to the shorts there from the BMW, it almost looked like there, Cade.
Yeah, the BMW, that car actually has dropped back to 4th in that class. They were running second for a bit, dropped back. Then we're up to third before the pit cycle started, but talked about, don't know if they made a mistake or just had a long pit stop, but they lost about 20 seconds through the pit cycle and are now actually behind the other Enosis car. You can see the red car, top right corner of your screen, the GT3 that's already gotten through this traffic, this battle for the lead. That is the next position for the BMW. I think they feel like they're faster, the Phantom car is, and they're going to have to go running back down to catch the 93 to put themselves back in podium position. Meanwhile, this battle not gone away. We talk about NGC recovering from an early incident that put them into the runoff, has now proceeded to catch that thonk beer-powered Mustang and applying heavy pressure to the emoji machine there. Both of them nearly making contact with the barriers on corner exit. I think right here, big opportunity for the pass. A little bit of contact, but both cars keep it straight.
NGC still doing what they can to try to run down the gap for the GT4 AM lead. It's really one of the few times we've been able to talk about one of our AM class fights so far today, and now it stands as one of the closest battles in the field as well. Thonk Beer still maintaining the advantage with Brooks Clayton up at the front. Brooks Clayton, of course, a driver very familiar to those that watch the Beer League on Wednesday nights, currently sitting in their off season. Set to return with the Ray FF1600s for only the second Open League series in that league's history, coming up before too much longer. Up front, Sim Racing grade Phantom battling for third with Enosis Esports EMX Gaming.
Yeah, they managed to run him down. The gap was about 3 seconds when they came out of the pits. Evidently, the BMW, they've got whatever issue that had lost them all that time. They've got it fixed, because they've now been faster than even the two class leaders here right now. This is the fastest GT3 on track, trying to get around the car that has cycled up into P3. The Aston Martin there for Enosis. Is he going to play defense into aid? It looks like he's going to enter the corner just a hair bit shallower than the 14. He had that BMW right up his trunk now. Here's the look into turn 9. One of the few passing spots on the track, and the 14 is not clear. Still side by side, nearly contact. And the SRG Phantom car is through and clear and up to the third position, but boy, it did not come easy.
Good stuff all throughout, as everyone's going to be doing what they can to try and find an advantage here on the field. Have to imagine that this pack is going to be getting a lot of attention here over the next little bit as we work our way towards the 1 quarter distance, already almost 1 hour deep into the 4-hour endurance race this afternoon.
Exactly, 1 down, 3 to go as the SRG Phantom car 14 looking to drive away from the Enosis machine, now getting around the other Thonk car there, the 119, nearly a lap down to the class lead. They're just kind of struggling around here trying to make it to the end of the race. Back up front, noticing the gap coming down now for the overall lead. That looks to be the closest battle on track at the moment at less than 2 seconds. Alatours has run Chocnier back down, or at least run some of the time back down. And Nolan, I gotta ask, when you have the incident like you did the last time those two cars got together, if Torres is able to finish running the Prismatic car down, as something has happened to Alatours, the 90 car losing all kinds of time. And we're going to take a look at here exactly what happened. You can see the 98 is now way up the road. Torres was making huge inroads, but instead, the gap now much bigger than it was.
And look, just checking back on my end here, Kate, it's the exact same thing that costed them 2 seconds earlier as well. The exact same problem. So it's another technical issue for the driver of the number 90 Lamborghini. So this is just a horrid time they're having. And it's a sickening feeling, right? Because it's got to be frustrating for these guys. You got to remember, you know, it's not their fault of their own. They're not making mistakes on track. You know, it's one thing if you're making a mistake on the track, right? That's something you can look at and correct. You can't do anything about it, though, if it's a hardware problem like this.
Exactly, and that's why I thought they would consider doing a driver swap here and giving Torres the opportunity. I don't know if they have a second driver on the roster there. That is something that we'll have to check on. But if they've got a second guy or somebody with a a different computer, right, different Wi-Fi, different situation going on, as we're seeing pit stops now for some of the GT4s, bigger fuel tanks on those cars, they have a little bit of different strategy. They are on pit road. I would think, hey, consider putting in your second driver to give Alatorres the opportunity to look through his machines and see if there's something he can fix. I don't know, close Task Manager or turn his graphics settings down, or I don't know what the issue is. Turn it off, turn it back on again, right? Give him the opportunity to do that, and they didn't do that. So it looks like their plan is to just tough it out until they do complete a driver swap, if they have a second driver available. And they're just going to have to kind of live with giving up 2 seconds every once in a while. It's only happened once per stint thus far. That's only a total of 4 seconds, which is a lot, but they have been either first or second fastest on track here for most of the race. So they've been able to close that gap back up. It was a 4-second gap, already down to 3. So they have the speed, just it's not something you want to keep happening.
Plenty of GT4 runners are into pit road, particularly about half of the pro field is into the box. So NGC, Huge Ass Black, Almeida Racing Academy, all into the pits. In fact, here comes Treehouse Racing as well. Now, the big question, driver swaps. I haven't seen too many over the course of the race so far. And I'd imagine quite a few teams, they're looking to just do this the easy way, right? Well, we'll get one driver in for the first half, one for the back half, call it a day.
The JK are going to stay out and continue to run. Looks like there's the opportunity here for these GT4s to actually make this a 3-stop race. They're pitting at the hour mark, so in theory, they could make it to the 2-hour mark, make it to the 3-hour mark, and then make it to the end. Puts them on a little bit of a different cycle than the GT3s. They burn a little bit less fuel. Their fuel mileage a little bit better in the GT4s there with less power. So we'll see if all of them can successfully stretch it to keep it to just a 3-stop race. I think the GT3s, again, they're committed to a 4-stop, which would allow them to go 2 and 2 on stints if they have 2 drivers available. It'll be a little bit more off-kilter for the GT4s. If you're only making 3 stops, then you're going to have probably potentially uneven stints, at least for one of them. Somebody might want to check my math. Now that I'm saying it out loud, it doesn't quite sound right. But hey, the good news is I'm not the one managing the teams. I've just got to talk about it. JKR is in now from the GT4 class lead. So we'll see if they can have a clean stop, a clean outlap, and they can cycle out to maintain that lead over the remainder of the GT4 field.
Officially 1/4 of the way through this race. Closest gap right now between 1 and 2 in the GT3 Pro field. JKR, the GT4 Pro leaders, currently in the box. Curious to see where they are going to come out as well, as they are just about set to make their way onto the racetrack. 30 seconds so far in the stall. And so far, after taking the race lead, Napsugar Chuknie looking set to just run away with this.
And back in the GT4 category, the JKR machine still sitting on pit road. That allows the 137 Huge Ass Gold to take the lead. I don't believe they have pitted already, so they should be coming in this time if they have not made a stop. But it looks to be a really long pit stop for the 143 machine. So we'll see if they can maintain the class lead. No, they're still in the pits, and they've been overtaken by the 118, which means we're going to have a great battle on our hands for the GT4 lead when that all cycles out. There's Prismatic. They've once again, though, been run down by that 90 Enosis car. Here comes Torres to the inside of the GT4, and he is there. A great lap from the 90 has brought them right back into the mix for the battle for the lead, even with the issues that they've been dealing with.
Still have it out the esports simdeck.app. race this one out. Huge Ass Gold making their way into the pits now for GT4 Pro. And I believe that should correct the that should complete the pit stop here. And whoa, boy, a huge shock to the shorts, sending one of the Thonk cars off the road. That would have been the number 119.
It was a little bit of a, I think they just got on the brakes a little bit soon. They were fighting for a position within the GT4 category, not necessarily within their own Pro-Am split, but still a little bit of GT4 battling going on there. And I think it was just, looked to me like an early braking from the 119 is what resulted in that contact. Again, we'll see if the stewards say anything about it. I do want to update the story on the moment between the 98 and the 90 there. They haven't rolled a penalty for it yet. Don't think there's going to be any action there, so this battle allowed to continue as normal, but it's once again shaken out the way that we've typically seen it go, which is Prismatic Motorsports leading and everybody else chasing them a little bit quicker on pace, but struggling to find a way around.
So racing still proving to be a bit of a doozy for several drivers in the pack, as yet again all eyes on the front row of the grid here. And looking at this camera right down by the wall as we continue to fight this one out. Half a second yet again as El Torres running down Chocnier.
Hasn't yet to be a ruling of that contact there in the final turn between the 119 and the 144. That contact is under investigation by the stewards, so we'll see if there is any sort of penalty handed out there. But for the moment, the 119 has come on the pit road, and that has completed the very first pit cycle of the day. I think for the GT3s, they're going to be able to stay out of the pits at least for another 30 minutes or so. That would put them into the window to make it on just 3 more pit stops, 4 more stints, so a little bit of room there to decide how you want to split up your driver stints. Is a very aggressive move you see to get around the Thonk powered by Beer Machine. They unfortunately lost the GT4 class lead. The 142, the NGC car, has pulled away, and so they're going to settle it out in the second position within GT4 AM. As our class leaders still continuing to navigate through traffic. It's not going to be nearly as difficult as it was the first time. They're not going to catch the GT4s all at once. Instead, they'll get to them kind of one at a time and be able to pick and choose where they want to make the pass. Right there, though, Torres got stuck in traffic through the first chicane. Cost him a good amount of time. I want to say at least 0.3, maybe half a second that he lost to that 98. And once again, they're going to have to buckle back down and try to make a run at the leader.
In about 53 minutes or so, we will, of course, be joined by Howie Burrows and James Newton, who will take you through the back portions of this race. But it's been a fun one so far, right? I mean, I know there was a little bit of worry that, with there being only 16 cars, there wouldn't be much racing going on. There's been plenty of it, though, especially in the first hour here of the race. And it is just how we like to see it, with the battle still set to continue on. There goes El Torres, yet again lapping one of your GT4s. That has costed him about, 2 seconds, give or take, for being caught behind the GT4 entry?
He's caught them in some really, really bad spots, and it's really circumstantial. I think there hasn't been much that the GT4s could have theoretically done to just get out of the way. Again, a very narrow track, a very single groove track, especially there in turn 1 and in that final kind of, it almost looks like a circus if you look at the track map. That little section 9 all the way to Foster's is very difficult to get out of the way through there. Here we go. We're going to have a look at the track map. And the section that I'm talking about is that kind of on the left where it sort of indents in and forms a semicircle. That whole area is really, really, really difficult to get offline and get out of the way, especially when you come down into that final hairpin. So I don't know if there was much they could have done. It really hung up the 90 team. They just, again, it's been the story of their race, but just get behind and then find a way to go gain that time. And then something else is going to happen. I mean, they're going to catch this huge-ass car in a strange position, I think. I mean, right here. Is he going to give him the inside? Yes.
I feel like the Lamborghini kind of forced that in a
yeah.
little way, which I can't exactly fault him for, given how many times that car has been held up. So,
they gotta be frustrated by now, man.
Oh, yeah. It's a hard track to lap cars at. It's a hard track in general to get right, and being held up never feels good at any track, especially one, though, where there really isn't any realistic way around.
What I noticed right there, actually, in turn 1, we saw that 90 car took a little bit less curb than we've typically seen through that chicane. That's something we've been keeping an eye on. It already eliminated a couple of cars. And I think that's a telltale sign that this has transitioned from a sprint race mentality. Now we're fully in endurance mode, right? I'm going to give up just 1 or 2 tenths of a second per lap to ensure that my car stays in one piece to fight another day. If we get down to the end of this race and these gaps are still within a couple of seconds with, 20, 15 minutes to go, we're going to see the mentality flip back, right? And we're going to start eating more of this curb. I mean, look at that. Barely taps it with the right-hand tires. You go back and look earlier in the race, and they had essentially half of the car, half of the suspension was hanging over that gray curb on the right-hand side of turn 1. So just a little bit of a shift in mentality. And we're seeing a black flag there for car number 144. That was given by the stewards for that contact we saw in the final turn with car 119. So that car, currently last in the GT4 Pro category, has been assessed a drive-through, deemed that they overdrove the corner and were responsible for the contact with the Thonk car.
So the penalties, even now, you are not immune from them, as many drivers are continuing to find out. This latest decision, a drive-through for causing avoidable contact. The ruling was car 144 missed the braking point into turn 14. That would be the final corner on the racetrack, making contact with the rear of car 119. So that was that shot that sent Thonk Satan off the road a little while ago, and now puts them one lap down as a result.
And I've been given access here to do something that I probably shouldn't have been given access to, but I can draw shapes on the screen now, and I'm going to try to point something out. I don't really know what I'm going to try to point out here, but we're going to see all the way up here. I'm going to circle it. That's the turn 8 apex, right? That's what we're heading towards. And we're going to get there, we're going to get there, we're going to get there, and boom. And you just carry so much speed right through that guardrail. I mean, even riding along with the GT4, talking about, oh, this is the slower car in the class. I mean, you're still maintaining so much speed, but it's one of those difficult corners, and this is that final section that I was talking about earlier. Again, difficult to get out of the way through here with the curbs. There's just not multiple grooves for you to be able to make the pass. Oh, that's right, I can circle it on the track map. My producer's giving me some toys. Look at this here. I can circle it. That's the section right there. It's really difficult to go single file through there.
Oh, yeah.
It's really difficult right here. This is turn 1. This is the curb that keeps killing people. It's going to be over here on the screen. Where is it? There it is. This one right there. Oh my gosh, I missed. I drew Charlie Brown's hair. It's that great curb, right? And keeping an eye on that, you're going to see how aggressive people are willing to be. Again, what the mentality is. This that we're looking at right now is a battle for the GT4 class lead. This 109 machine has closed right back up to the lead, and the gap is now under a second. This is for first place in the GT4 AM.
So the field will continue to battle this one out. We are now 1 hour and 2 hours and 46 minutes away, an hour and 15 in. So what we'll do is we will ride on board with the 109 Mustang as it tries to run down NGC by McGrath Dorada as we feel the noise from down under. El Torres into the lead ahead of Naspugar Chuknier. This is how it happened. It was contact into turn 4. And Prismatic Motorsports Athena dropped out of the race lead. That was about a lap ago. They made contact a second time. And then almost a third as they made the way towards turn 6 and 7. 1 lap later, Chuknier still keeping Torres honest up in the front. If you're just tuning in, welcome to the FTR Almeida Racing Academy Endurance Series. From the Adelaide Street Circuit, Adelaide making its debut here on Green Flag TV. My name is Ramble alongside Cade Corbin. We are 1 hour and 40 minutes into the 4-hour race today. Oh boy, huge block there from Enosis to keep Prismatic behind.
And that is big contact from the 14 Sim Racing Grid Phantom car. They've been working their way up through the field, 20 seconds back. It was down to nearly 12, and that contact there is going to set them back a few seconds. That was a GT4. Just wanted him to get out of the way, and unfortunately, a huge contact there. Don't know if it was big enough to damage either car. They hit pretty square, and they hit at pretty low speed, so I'd imagine it's okay. But the charge back to the front now for SRG Phantom has been slowed. As now El Torres has got the lead. First time it's happened today. So we'll see if he can pull away or if he's going to continue to feel pressure. This is for the GT4 Pro lead.
Still have a lot of battles yet to be settled, including this one for the GT4 Pro lead. Andrew Morin and Julian Carces both still in the car after the first round of pit stops on the afternoon. And so far, the only run of pit stops, but the second one will be coming up in about 38 minutes' time. Carces working however he can with Andrew Morin as they make their way blasting down Bartles Road towards turn 8, and just after it, the Brabham straight towards the Duquetteville hairpin. Morin not able to be close enough to have the look into turn number 9.
This is different than the battle we saw earlier, though. That treehouse car slipped all the way back. Can't even see him on the screen. It's Almeida that we thought it was going to happen eventually. They were about 13 seconds back to start the race. We got about 10 minutes in, and they lost all that time in traffic. But they have taken the run to the front, gotten all that time out of the way, and they have now found the battle for the lead. Andrew Morin's been absolutely flying. GT3 coming up on him. That is the P4 car for Enosis. The 93 has now slipped half a minute out of the race lead, so it looks like he's going to let these two do battle, as once again, Andrew Morin was the faster car on track, but it wasn't by nearly as much, as he's going to have to get out of the way for Enosis and try to find a way around Julian Carces. Again, very difficult to do. He's going to try to find a way around, though. He's done it a few times. He's made more passes probably than anybody else on track. He's just got to make one more before Andrew Morin can call himself a class leader.
You see the gap has been steadily closing in little by little, but with how he hasn't been able to do much recently, I'm beginning to wonder if perhaps he has stalled out just a little bit here. That would make sense to me as to why we are starting to see him not be able to close up as much. He's got to the point where he's there. Now he just needs to try to find a way through. But for Morin, obviously, that's easier said than done at a track like Adelaide that has proven to be a bit of a tough shell to crack when it comes to making overtakes.
And Carces has got to do exactly what we saw Choknier do for that entire first stint, plus, the last 30 minutes. It's just, now you got to play defense. You can't put a wheel wrong. You can afford to be just a little bit slower, right? You can afford to give up just a little bit on that curb. Turn 1, we saw them eat a little bit more of it, but still playing it fairly conservatively, as Morin is now going to potentially try to set up an over-under. Oh, there's contact, but Carces manages to hang on to the race car and keep it pointed in the right direction. That's the type of thing, right? If you know Morin is going to get aggressive and get desperate, just keep it out of the wall and force him into a mistake, and you'll be able to maintain this lead. It worked really well for Prismatic, and it probably could work for JKR as well. Again, this isn't the first time they've had to defend the race lead. They have practiced doing this. Andrew Moran, meanwhile, has practiced passing cars, but not passing the leaders. So you've been developing your skills now for an hour and a half. How can you put them to the test to try to get this pass completed?
I think a lot of teams right now aren't feeling too desperate either. They're more of a, we'll let this race come to us type of attitude, right? You're not even halfway home, got a long way to go. You know you're there, you know you have the pace. Just be patient. Hey, who knows? Maybe he will find a way to, you'll find a way to force the driver ahead of you into a mistake. That would be even more ideal, because then you can just sweep right through, take the spot. You don't even have to work for it.
Exactly, and it'd be really embarrassing. I mean, if you're Andrew Moran, if you're this Alameda Racing team, and you go out and you make some super aggressive moves trying to get the lead, and then the JKR car winds up going and they get, wrecked themselves anyways, then you feel really dumb, right? You wasted all of that pressure and you put yourself through all of that risk, all for no reason. So you, again, more than half of this race to go. I think it's time to be patient. I think it's time to sit. As long as you don't feel like you're getting held up and bleeding seconds away, it's going to be good to kind of just sit here and again let the race come to you. Still probably 2 more pit stops to go for these GT4s, 3 more pit stops remaining for the GT3s, and I think the window is going to open sometime in the next 10 minutes, so we'll be keeping an eye on that. But again, plenty of the race to go. Moran, I don't feel like, is getting held up too much by the JKR car, even if he is a little bit faster on raw lap time. The next closest car is 9 seconds back, so you're not really worried about too much of a battle there.
Two and a half hours still left to run as we continue to fight our way through the Adelaide Rumble here this afternoon. Still riding on board with Andrew Morton as we have for a little bit now. This battle here remains the closest one on track between any 2 competitors. So for 0.6 of a second between the duo, they're not looking to sort this fight out anytime soon. This is going to be one that's here for the long haul.
Absolutely, and I think these two, like we've been talking about the lap times, they're pretty evenly matched, right? It seems like they've got similar skills behind the wheel, similar talents, similar ways that they are approaching this track. I mean, again, it's Adelaide, right? There's just about one line, but both of them are doing a pretty good job of staying consistent and hitting their marks to make that one line work. So they are going to be on top of each other, at least for a while. Nolan, I gotta ask, Adelaide, a pretty famous street circuit, of course. It's hosted F1, it's hosted the supercars, it's going to host MotoGP as well. For you, where does this rank globally among street circuits? Is this one of your personal favorites, or is, I guess, where does this rank compared to the other street circuits that we have here in iRacing and around the world?
So it kind of depends, right? If we're talking in iRacing alone, I definitely think it is one of the strongest. Long Beach is tricky. It's a close second, but I think it kind of depends on what you're racing, though that's the same with any street circuit, realistically. That said, I think it is among my top 5 globally, easily. You have to keep in mind, right, the definition of a street circuit can shift a little bit. Obviously, the Melbourne F1 track, that counts as a street circuit. Circuit Gilles Villeneuve, that counts as a street circuit. But if we're talking, a bit more of the tighter, condensed street circuits, you'll look at this, you'll look at Monaco. This would definitely be up there for me.
And you mentioned that Gilles Villeneuve up in Montreal, a little bit of a hybrid. This one kind of does have that similar feel to it, with the part of the track that is a little bit more of a permanent racing surface rather than just throwing up some barriers. So it does kind of fall into that category, not necessarily in a technicality, but on a broader definition of the term street course. I think it's one of the things that makes it unique is how smooth the pavement is. I think of a lot of other street circuits, specifically Long Beach, and the one that they threw up in Chicago a couple of years ago. That one's a blast on iRacing, but those are super bumpy surfaces in some places. They don't have a lot of grip. Even here, just looking at it, you can tell the asphalt's pretty smooth. You know, that tarmac material, it's going to provide a pretty good amount of grip, and it's not super bumpy. You can see this place has been open since 1985. It's gone through a couple of different configurations, a couple of different options in the modern day for the layout of the track. But this current one that we're running on here has been with Adelaide for a while. It's been on iRacing, I believe, for not super long. I think it was a pretty recent addition with the as the supercars became more popular, and so now more cars have been visiting there. Of course, GT3s. We're watching a GT4 battle right now. I would love to see some open wheel cars come back and race here again. I think the Indy cars, or even the Indy Next, could put on an absolutely fantastic race at this track. Certainly looks like it would fit the open wheel driving style as well. And to me, that's a mark of what makes it a good track, is it would be good in whatever car you took to it, whether it's got fenders or whether it's an open wheel car or not.
There is, in fact, there's a support series that runs here whenever the Repco Supercars Championship does. I believe it's the S1000 Championship. I would need to look at this more. It's an Australian-based open wheel series, though, and they run at a few select races a year. I know they run at Surfers Paradise, they run at Bathurst, they run here, of course, at Adelaide. Super entertaining series. So there are certain open wheel divisions that will race here from time to time. Nothing, we're not talking Formula 3 or Formula 2 cars, but there are a few that do pop up every now and again.
Doing a Google search for you, Nolan. I'm going to try to see if I can dig up some information on the open wheels here on a second tab as we take a look at this battle. Battle not going away. JKR still hanging on to the lead. Because I'm curious if those cars are
S5000. Sorry, it's S5000.
If those cars are similar to the Formula 1600s that we talked about earlier, the Beardley going to, that car is an absolute blast at just about any track, but I can imagine the combination of long straightaways, at least relative to that car, you know, and the limited horsepower that it has, and the kind of tight S section, you know, you've got turn 1 and then this final sector. That would be a lot of fun in a low grip, low horsepower car like the 1600. So if that S5000 is similar to it, that could be an absolute blast.
Oh, I can tell you, it definitely is not. The the S5000 sports a 5.2 liter V8 engine that outputs 560 horsepower. I don't know many other Formula cars on the planet that do that. Australian motorsports, they are just built differently.
I think it's absolutely true that you can call the Australians the British rednecks, and that's a pretty accurate description of just about everything that they do, from living next to spiders that will kill you all the way into motorsports. I did get to grab a picture of this car, and yeah, it does not look anything like a 1600. It looks more like a modern Super Formula, I think. That car looks like a blast to drive, though.
Oh, it is. It's very low to the ground. It looks like it's a blast to drive. It definitely as well looks like well, you know that it's a car that can put together some good racing given the company that they run with. But we take a look back to the battles on track. Still watching the fight for the GT4 Pro lead, and JKR continuing to maintain a huge gap over Almeida Racing Academy of 1.1 seconds now.
They've managed to pull away a little bit. Enosis had managed to pull away a little bit as well. That gap was up to about 2 seconds, keeping an eye on the relative. Actually, Enosis is coming into this battle. That is the GT3 leader, and then the GT3 second place car just sneaking through the prismatic machine right there behind the JKR BMW. He's going to get out of the way and allow Chaknier through. But that gap, as they got caught up in traffic there, it widened up a bunch. It went from 1.8 to 2.8, and it allowed Almeida to get right on the bumper. As now they're going to have to get split apart again to let the remaining GT3M car through. We talk about the 28 going around, putting some laps down, doing some data collection. Not really in the mix with the rest of the GT3 Pro category. At least not yet.
And don't forget, you still have the GT3 Pro lead to keep an eye on it as well. Now, it is not nearly as close as this one is, but it was down to just 1 second a little while ago. Then, of course, lap traffic came into play, and it broke apart from there. But it is a battle that could potentially close in if lap traffic falls the right way. We will need to keep tabs on that one as well as this race continues on. So we're going to keep the battle rolling. 2 hours, 25 minutes to go. And about 25 minutes time, we'll bring in our second portion of the crew with Howie Burrows alongside James Newton to bring you the final 2 hours of this race.
And something that I remember back from that first cycle was that the Enosis car was able to come out ahead of Prismatic. Before they pit, they were about a second behind, came out of pit road, and they were about a second ahead. So they were somewhere in there. They were between 1.5 seconds to 2 seconds better than the Prismatic team, right? I think we could see potentially some driver swaps on this upcoming stop here in about 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes time if they're really pushing the fuel window. So that could change some things as well. You get a new driver getting acclimated to the track, but in the very small data point that we do have, Enosis was the better team getting on and getting off of pit road. So that could be a position where that 90 car could open up the gap even more and kind of put this race to bed. They've got a pretty big gap to play with right now, but if they can have a flawless pit stop here, they can open up a massive gap and be much more conservative for the second half of this race.
This past week has been all about short track racing and road course racing, and we're going to be picking up the speed considerably in the next few days here. Blazing Pedals Truck Series action heads to Talladega Super Speedway. They'll be joined there by the High Tide Racing League on Sunday and Monday. Sandwiched between them, the season finale for the Belgian Sim Racing Federation Belgian F4 Championship, a championship that has been hotly contested, and all three classes will be decided at the Red Bull Ring in Austria this coming Monday. Then on Tuesday, the Mid-Atlantic Racing Series will head to Ottawa Speedway to the defunct track down in Fontana, California, and we'll slow back down. Twin short track races will be up next. Silver Fox Racing Late Model Championship will be hitting South Boston Speedway, the first sub-half-mile track of the calendar on Tuesday night, and they will be joined by the NASCAR Caswell Glass Company Series at the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway this coming Thursday. So we are looking solid for a good, exciting week of racing action with some very, very big profile names in terms of venues coming up here over the next few days, Cade.
Going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to be on the Blazing Pedals call tomorrow night. That's going to be a race you're not going to want to miss, as the first GT3 has pulled down into the pits. He came in from the third position. This is the Sim Racing Grid Phantom car. Definitely going to be refueling that car. Should be able to get them to make the rest of the race on 2 more pit stops after this, which means that we should see the other 2 of the top 3 coming in pretty soon, the 90 and the 98. Of course, the Enosis car is probably going to pit around the same time like they did on that first stint. And on the first pit stop, they pit, I believe it was 1 to 2 laps after the 14. So pretty consistent pit strategy here with the first stop. We're going to see it again with the second one. I'd imagine it'll be just 1 or 2 more laps before the remainder of the leaders are on pit road. Those GT4s, they can go probably another 20 to 25 minutes before they're going to make their second stop of the day. So we will keep an eye on that, as the battle for the GT4 lead that we're taking a look at now has widened out a little bit. The Almeida car not able to continue to hound the JKR machine. Instead, they've dropped back just a little bit. Right here, no pit stops yet from the GT4 class leaders.
Almeida Racing Academy remains to be a tightly condensed fight here with JKR. It's 24 seconds back from JKR to Treehouse Racing, and what a boy, it's how the mighty have fallen for Treehouse Racing. I mean, Richard Cawthra early in the race, right? I mean, he was up at the front of the field. Now Justin Michaela in the car. They're down 24 seconds after a bit of a slower pit stop. Hugh Jass, black and gold respectively. They are still running 4th and 5th after what has been a relatively interesting run for the GT4 Pro category. The standings have been, I think, something to keep tabs on as well here. It's been a tough run, I would reckon, for the Hugh Jass Gold entry, as they continue to run in the lead of the points. But with this being a 5th place run for them this afternoon, it's not looking ideal for them in the overall championship.
As we have more drivers on pit road, the Prismatic team is in, and they are going to do a driver change here. So the great drive from Chocnier, trying to keep the lead from the pole, wound up starting the pit cycle here about 5 seconds back of the 90 Enosis car. So we'll see how that all shakes out after out laps and everything. If they can stay close to the 90 and the 93, likely those two cars going to pit this time by, assuming they're following the same cycles. But big driver change there. We'll see if there's a driver change for Ala Torres, maybe get him out of that car and get those hardware issues figured out, or software connection, whatever it might be. Potentially driver swaps for some of the GT3 field as well. We'll see what they decide to do. As there's the Prismatic car rolling out of pit road. They are actually going to cycle out behind the 14 car. So don't know if there was a mistake or if they just gave up a lot of time from the driver change. It was a longer pit stop for the 98 car, so potentially could have been some damage repair. Don't know if that would have been something that they had to deal with, or if it was just the driver change.
Could also be the fact that, you know, sometimes what drivers will do is, oh no,
massive contact
off and into the wall. Hard shot into the wall, and that left rear is toast. And just like that, one of the dominant cars of the day out of the race. Amy Grime fresh into the car, and through, we'll have to take a look at the replay. Might have pinched off the Lamborghini, but a tough break for her as Prismatic Motorsports Athena out of the fight. This is on board the Lamborghini, chucked it in there, and the Audi just turned in.
And that reminded me a lot of the contact that we saw earlier, where it was kind of flipped the other way around with the 98 car on the inside. The inside car in both situations had got slowed up a pretty good amount, and it looked like was going to make the corner, and the stewards deemed that there was the car on the outside that turned in. I will say that was a pretty late move from the Lamborghini. That was the race leader. That's, I'm pretty sure that was the 90 car there that made the contact, so we'll see if there's any damage to the left front. They're on pit road now. We'll see if they are going to go through a driver change as well. We're going to ride along board with the huge ass gold machine.
Hello.
That's a blind corner, lucky to miss it.
No kidding, a very, very close call there. Could have been disastrous for huge ass gold. And again, showing that Antonio Alvarez on it in terms of keeping a lookout ahead of him for potential hazards. Well, that has just broken up one of the major battles that we had on the racetrack in the first half here.
Yeah, that was probably the biggest storyline that we followed through these first couple of hours. Those top two were absolutely on top of each other. I mean, they were joined at the hip. It felt like, wow, big crossover there. New leader. This is the 93 Enosis team. This is the Emix team, Emix Gaming team, rather than the SimDeck.app team. Enosis bringing two cars here, both of them doing really, really well. As Enosis going to have a little bit of a slower stop. Don't know, again, if it was damage repair or a driver swap. We will keep you updated on that. But it looks like when this pit cycle finishes out, that's actually going to give the lead back to the 14 SimRG Phantom car.
So confirmed driver swap for the driver of the number 90. Enosis Esports SimDeck.app will put Jonathan Goitiz-Sati out of Spain into the car. So that Lamborghini with some fresh blood in the car. Now, hey, I can't blame him, right? I mean, hey, we just got into a collision. Let's come down pit road now, get the damage fixed, get a fresh driver in, get the pit stop out of the way. Enosis Esports Emix Gaming now coming down to pit road. Antonio Jordan still in the car for them. We'll see if there's going to be a driver swap here as well. I would imagine there would be if they haven't gone through one already. And in fact, they have. Remember, it was Jorge Carrera who jumped into the car initially to start this race. Jordan will jump out of the car, though, for this one. And Carrera back into the vehicle for the number 93 entry.
So we'll see where they cycle out. I do want to stand corrected. Earlier, I'd called out the 14 team for losing a bunch of time, potentially being a mistake, but that may have just been a driver change. They may have lost a little bit of time changing the driver, maybe taking a couple of seconds of optional repairs and just getting that car out on track with a fresh pair of eyes and a freshly repaired car. So that's going to cycle out the 14. That BMW challenged for the lead early on, gave up some track position, kind of was on the back heels of this race for a moment, but they have now taken a commanding lead with the contact between the two front runners for the day, and that's going to allow them to open up this 10-second gap that they now have. We're taking a look at the Treehouse Racing machine. This is the 118. Earlier was leading the class, and they have slipped all the way back to third in the GT4 category.
Tough break for so many drivers in the field here as yet again, street circuit race, as they so often do, starting to get down to races of attrition. It's something that street circuits are unfortunately quite known for here, Cade, and well, no surprise we're getting some of that here this afternoon. Took a little bit longer to set in than I think any of us expected, but we are so far yellow free. We were talking about this before, right? Very, very rarely. In fact, I don't think ever in any race that we've called, oh boy, it's racing kick at the tail end out there. But we talked about this before, right? No race that we've really covered with FTR has ever gone yellow free. Tonight might be the first one.
It'll be interesting to see, because again, you don't really have the opportunity to pick up a whole bunch of little 1Xs, right? As soon as you get off track here, you're pretty much right in the wall. And it is an incident point based automated system. We'll see though. It is possible. Right now 3 of our 16 starters are out of the race, 13 cars left in the field. And we are keeping an eye on those chats that you're sending us there in the YouTube chat feature. That's kind of fun to take a look at what you guys are saying. Sorting the classes by Pro and Am categories right now isn't really changing a whole lot up there on the leaderboard. That's something to note out. All of the AMs are behind all of the pros, right? So right now that 142 NGC car is behind their teammate in the 144. Meanwhile, the only of the GT3s that the Prismatic number 28 is ahead of would be the other 2 in the pro category that are currently out of this race. That would be their Prismatic sister team and the RPM team that unfortunately was bitten by the turn 1 curb very early on. So right now, not a whole lot of mix-up between Pro and Am. I believe that is Howie that went in there and said that message to us. He'll be joining us up here in the booth in just about 10 minutes time, so glad to see that Howie's tuning in, and hopefully he'll have a good time taking over the reins and calling the end of this race.
And officially, by the way, the incident is now under investigation between Prismatic Motorsports Athena and Inosa Esports Simdeck.app. So they will, the stewards will be taking a quick look at that one and see if they can't figure out what is going to be the game plan from here on forward. Riding on board is Matthew Dupuis, 1 lap down in GT4 Am. And at this point, Dupuis and others are just looking to kind of run a little bit of a race of their own here. Dupuis running with Carson Catlin in the cars, the Canadian having a relatively decent outing. Still on board with Dupuis as he hops up and over the curbs. Cade, what do you think? Do we see the battles pick up again towards the end of this one, or are we going to see this race be more one of attrition from here to the end?
I think there's an opportunity really for either one. It's going to come down to what'll be the final 2 pit stops for both categories. The GT4s closing in on their second stop of the day should be about 10 to 15 minutes away. Meanwhile, the GT3 still 2 stops to make. Those are going to be a ways off. And we look at the added time from the driver swap. That's going to give a much bigger advantage than I'd initially thought to the drivers who are soloing this race, right? You don't have to give up that time doing the driver swap. I didn't realize the pit stops were going to be that much longer for the teams that did elect to put a new driver behind the wheel. So that's going to be something, I think, being effective, getting on and off pit road, and being really planned about when you want to make those driver changes just being specific with it. That is going to, I think, be the only way that we see one of these battles close back up. You can see it's 14 seconds for GT3, 2 seconds for GT4 isn't a whole lot. Those have really been the two best battles all day long, as we're seeing one of the GT4s, the Thonk car, they're coming down to make their second stop of the day. A little bit of a short pit move here, but outside of the pit stops, I think, yeah, it's kind of come down to a little bit of an attrition race. And the issue with that is everybody has realized that it's attrition race. So now everybody is sitting here and waiting for everybody else to wreck. But if everybody kind of sits there and runs consistently and keeps themselves out of trouble, then nobody's going to crash and you're going to be stuck in the position that you're currently in. So it's a little bit of a cat and mouse game here, right? You want the other guy to be the one to push to make the mistake. And that's going to leave everybody, I think, to be pretty conservative here for the next couple of hours.
Jump back over to Scout Lawrence, apologies, from Prismatic Motorsports Minerva. The lone runner in GT3 AM. It was only going to be a 2-car race all day today, but ever since LCT Racing spun out after a penalty earlier on, Minerva now finds themselves running all alone in GT3 AM. So like you called earlier, Cade, just a bit of a 4-hour hot lapping session all of a sudden for the 28. But hey, I commend them for at least still being here and sticking it out, running this race through to the end. You know, it could be easy to just pull the car off, but that's not good sportsmanship. It's unfair to your opponents to do something like that. So big props to them for staying in the fight and just making this race interesting for everybody else.
And hey, you've already paid the entry fee. You've already built the setup.
Exactly.
You've already practiced the track. Like, you know, why not come out and hot lap? And honestly, if I was this team, you know, if I was Scout Lawrence and the rest of the Prismatic group, I would say, hey, we got one car 5 laps down. Now that 98 team, they have come back out on track. I believe they are still lapping around, although again, they are 5 laps down, which would actually score them behind their sister car here in the 28 in terms of the general GT3 categorization. But if I was this 2018 man, I would start trying stuff. Everybody else is being conservative. I would say to heck with it. Let's go out and, you know, put a qualifying setup on this car. You know, try something silly with, I don't know, mess with your brake bias, mess with your pit stops, do something crazy, right? If this is the test session and you're getting to try some stuff out in a super competitive environment, why not? Go out there and again, do something crazy. And if you wind up burying the car in the barriers and giving yourself 20 minutes of damage, you know, no harm, no foul, right? You've already basically won the category, so go try something. I want to see this 28 car try to become the fastest car on the track, and if they die trying, you know, it's kind of no loss.
So race in action set to continue on. We are 7 minutes short of the halfway mark here this afternoon. Closest gap on track, 2.8 seconds between JKR and Almeida Racing Academy. Might get a little bit more there as the 199 just side-slapped the wall. Andrew Moore with a big mistake through turn 8. Those tiny laps in concentration, they'll get to you.
Well, that's what you got to be careful not to do, even if you're just out here sitting and running down laps. You can't put the car in the wall. You can't get so lackadaisical that you give up a full second or make a mistake that damages the suspension or something. You've got to go ahead and you've got to go ahead and keep your head in the game. So we'll see how these guys do. We'll see if Almeida can stick with it here. It's going to be about a 2-second gap. The GT4 Pro lead.
Plenty of action still yet to be had here this afternoon as we continue to work our way towards the halfway mark. Once again, my name is Bill Remember alongside Cade Colbert for the opening 2 hours or so of this race. Gonna give a shout out once again to Almeida Racing Academy for keeping the lights on for the FTR Endurance Series for their 8th season of competition. When we return, we'll take a ride on board, we'll feel the noise, and then we'll let Cade Corbin and Howie Burrows take you straight through to the end of the race. We'll see you in a bit on Greenflight TV. Stay with us.
now he's here teaching all his secrets to all these drivers. This is Almeida Racing Academy,
where every champion has a starting line.
The sim racer turned real world superstar, Swelio Almeida.
It's Connor Bell racing in his own backyard for the very first time in the NASCAR Canada Series.
The workshops helped out so much. Something about battling with somebody faster than you, it just pushes you that little bit further, and I was able to just keep developing my skill.
I can kind of commit more with the exit there. That was good. If you do take sim racing seriously, it does impact your racing technique for the rest of your life.
I know how the car is going to perform around these corners because the model I have in the sim. Just the benefit of sim racing when you go into real life, I don't think people quite realize it yet.
You have infinite track time is the biggest factor. You are able to try so many things, and the physics that are simulated in the sim nowadays, especially iRacing, are so close to real life.
Creating champions.
Swelio Almeida is a master at his craft. He's outclassed a Le Mans driver, a European Le Mans Series racer.
These guys are among the top 0.02% in the world.
Designed to create champions.
First NASCAR Canada start. First NASCAR victory for Connor Bell.
Connor Bell standing on the podium here today.
This is the Almeida Racing Academy 3.0.
Wait a race, buddy. Wait a race.
he's here, teaching all his secrets to...
Welcome back to Adelaide here at the street circuit. We are 2 hours into this 4-hour race here, the Almeida Racing Academy Endurance Series. My name is James Newton. Alongside me, Howie Burrows, going to be bringing you to the tail end of this 4-hour endurance race here. Currently 13 runners. We're having a look here at the second place, number 90, Gnosis Esports Sim Deck app machine. Getting quite close to the walls here, and it is not easy to keep it out of the walls, which we have a little bit of news. Speaking of which, having a look here at the steward's decision, a drive-through penalty for the number 90 in Gnosis Esports Sim Deck app machine caused that incident that we saw earlier on the inside of the 98 Audi. Not having a significant overlap into turn 1 caused the Audi to have a premature meeting with the barriers. They will be expected to serve that penalty. A quick replay here from our producer, Justin Ollis. This is the incident that we were speaking of down the inside there. And yeah, just a tag at the right rear. Oh, this, I'm hearing in my ear, this is just a minute ago here. So this is, obviously that was an Aston Martin. The 93.
That's the 93, yeah.
Well, it's all happening here right as we get the handoff here, Howie.
If any of you are wondering, did we have any Europeans on the last commentary call? Because if any of you are wondering, like, why is nobody here? And the answer is, in order to step into your sim rig, you basically have to step onto the surface of the stun itself. So I think a lot of drivers are trying to take it easy. But yeah, that's the first spin we get to catch together today on this show, of which there have been a fair few, even on a fairly quiet track today. I think most just trying to not get cooked to death around here, but that means salute to the ones that are here and are fighting nonetheless. It's probably cooler out there in Adelaide than it really is for some of these drivers.
Here in Huge Ass Black had a bit of an off, potentially in avoidance here. Oh, all kinds of juke moves there and all sorts out of shape. Plenty of runoff to do so, and could not get the rears to light up. Obviously excellent as you get out of this corner, but trying to pirouette and rejoin. Safe rejoin as well. No harm, no foul in the big scheme of things. Yeah, as you were just saying there, Howie, trying to keep the temps.
Certainly hard to rejoin safely here, of all places. I mean, there's a little bit of grass maybe off the track, rarely. I mean, thankfully, if it was a busier track, we'd have more problems. I'll just put it like that. We'd have a lot more problems trying to rejoin. Thankfully, eventually, you can find a gap.
Yeah, definitely trying to find that little relative that the drivers are able to have a look at. And obviously, in terms of sighted, you are very unsighted across the course of this lap with the walls. Definitely being an issue for visualizing who is on the way. Pick up the number 93, Gnosis Esports Gaming Aston Martin. A little bit of a twitch there on exit. And drivers at this point in time fairly spread out. Up on board here, Jorge Correa. Interesting to see how much of an attrition-based race this has been. Obviously, hanging in there, it has been extremely helpful to a lot of the team. Potential disconnect. We're going to get a quick replay here. BMW on the outside. Oh, it just backs it in. Loses the entirety of the rear wing. Same corner, another 718 around.
to pits and to a disconnect straight away. Just decided I had enough of the Adelaide street. And I gotta say, I do love street circuits, but this is one of those street circuits that I don't understand. I really struggle with it because every turn looks like it's 90 degrees, and then half of the hairpins that come out to get you. Put me on Long Beach, I got it. Put me on St. Pete, love it. Put me over here, and like everyone remembers that. Everyone remembers that classic Super Bowl halftime performance where the guy looks confused in the mirror maze, and that's me just around this track all the time. I still don't really know where the next turn is.
A curb. I was just going to make a comment about the curbs are nasty as well around here. Oh, just the ferocious hit into the wall here. They're still going. Obviously, visually still going. But that was about as square as you could get that. And again, just that inside curbing combined with that little barrel as well. Scout Lawrence, they are glad that they are still moving, let alone around the racetrack. Courtesy of LCT Racing's 21 out of the race. See, leading the GT3 AM. And currently ahead of the other car in the stable, the 98 Prismatic Motorsport Athena. Currently fourth in GT3.
We also haven't even noticed that the Funk Beer car just sort of pitted and didn't come out either. So, more classes running out of cars here today. Prismatic Minerva are just, in terms of class, just here to get the laps done and have fun, which I respect. Most groups very close, other than our GT4 Pro leaders. We've been told, though, that basically the drivers are ordered in the sense that the AMs are behind the pros, broadly speaking. I'm not sure where the Minerva car is. It might be among the GT3s, but maybe if we look at this overall, we sort of see now we can pretty much fit every single car on the tower at this stage. So, you know, that Athena car struggled, then Minerva's behind the rest. Adelaide is slowly claiming souls, which is the sort of track that does. Maybe also if it wasn't that hot, people would be scared of the situation. We're meant to be at Bahrain, but that track was not ready and not going to be ready. So we made the swap, and the tricky streets remain brutal for all.
Yeah, adaptation obviously is what it is all about today. Obviously very much not Bahrain. Oh, a little bit of a wall scrape there for the Lambo. Having a look here at Mercedes NGC. Heading on through, so that's the JKR 143 being passed by the NGC and GT4 AM. My apologies, the complete opposite there. So that's JKR in the Pro category for GT4, lapping the NGC 142 718 Porsche. And again, you're speaking about claiming souls there. Speaking of which, Thunk Satan in the pits at the moment. About an hour and 45 to go. Gonna keep an eye on Thunk Satan there, still in the car, so we'll have to see if they want to venture back out onto the circuit.
I've seen a penalty
Now, you
come
mentioned
out
how
for...
difficult this track is here. Obviously, you got the curbs, you've got the walls as well. But what else is it about this track that you would expect is the reason for all of these incidents that we've seen earlier on?
First of all, just pointing out there has been a drive-through penalty for a 93 car after the contact that we caught. 3 penalty points going down and around. I think endurance racing is always tiring on the whole. I've sort of seen examples of attrition on prior races too. I've seen examples of attrition at Road America where it was last around, where people just eventually lose touch of it. But It gets a lot harder on a really demanding stop-start circuit where there's almost like, it's by definition no flow. Definitionally no flow.
Certainly having to use, obviously again with the street circuit, having to use what's available, and you can only cut it so many ways. They're kind of trying to make, maybe not make the best of what you've got, but obviously try to have an interesting amount of corners, an interesting set of corners. You see Donk Satan coming out of the pits, the 119, and on board the 93, heading into the pits. Pretty hefty
the black
entry
flag
at that.
out, so, you know, gonna have to serve that nonetheless. It's not going to set him back particularly far. This is the thing about the penalties now. They're probably eating up points on your license more than they're affecting your place in this race in the grand scheme of things. Because it's going to be hard to catch that next car in the first place. Gonna be hard. The GT4 Pro is, I think, the class where something could happen up near the front. Maybe not right in the second, the gap's 10, but just that's the closest gap between great cars, and I think that's something where a strategy shift or an incident could change things down the line between the two, even if it won't happen on raw pace. Very interesting, by the way. I think iRacing did a big BOP pass to all the GT4s in the last season update, so the Cayman might not be the beast it once was. No team's ever signed up for the McLaren and my beloved, but it's probably a much better car around the tracks up this nowadays.
Yeah, we spoke about that last time out as we get completely demolished with that camera there, standing a little too far over the edge of the apex. And we spoke about the McLaren being quite strong when it came out. There's lots of cars coming out being extremely strong, and iRacing going in. Dev's doing some work to try and rebalance. It would be extremely important because, of course, these drivers pushing to the absolute limit when it comes to qualifying pace and when they're battling it out, right? As long as you have a healthy race car, having 1% more performance over the course of a lap, depending on which car you're in, changes everything. Basically, it's just a matter of, well, if you have the good car, I've got the not as good car, then there's no way I can beat you. It can sometimes become the mentality. We've seen that with a handful of updates. Have a good look at the scorching pace of JKR in the scorching heat of Adelaide. Back there, 4th and 5th in the GT4 Pro there. Huge Ass Black being caught by Huge Ass Gold, about 2 seconds or so in that. Obviously 2 cars in the same stable, currently split. I believe that is our race leader there, the Phantom Sim Racing Grid 14. BMW, 45 and a bit seconds out in the lead. Riding on board with Huge Ass Gold, the 137 Mustang.
Quite a few curbs to jump around this track. Those first two at the very beginning, it sort of is a chicane, but you want to straight line it as hard as you possibly can. This turn really makes sense to me, but watch out for tyre bundles. This is sort of where it gets pretty tight and twisted. I said there's sort of no flow throughout a lot of the track. This part in the first sector sort of defines it very much. And then we start entering some quite deceiving turns. I think it looks like it's going to be 9 degrees and then it lasts a little bit longer. That one's fairly easy, but it's the one after this very, very long straight down the back, which can sort of cause you to very much underestimate it, because there's a bit of road on the exit, but it's actually got a giant turtle shell jump on the back edge of it. Here it comes. So you think, this is like a turn like the rest, and actually it goes quite a bit longer than you'd expect. If you go out too wide, you're on the wrong side of that curve, and it kind of hurts, just makes you stop the car and slow down. And then grass all over. That one's longer than you think it's going to be as well. Lots of like quite misleading, like sort of mini hairpins around here. But one more for good measure with grass on the exit too. At least you do get grass for that. So.
that curve you said, the entry into the the exit of the long straightaway up the hill. And having to try not to straddle that, because you'll have to get a little bit of a GT3 down the inside there. One of the better overtaking opportunities we've seen. The GT3 is obviously more power, larger contact patches, and tons more performance by design. So when it comes to all these different factors here, how, obviously the curves and trying to have that track knowledge in terms of exits and where you can really kind of push and where you kind of want to, back off and maybe not really risk your arm for 1 or 2 tenths. Would that fill a driver with confidence, knowing this is really, really difficult, but I've got what it takes to do this better than everybody else? Or is it just kind of a nightmare and all those difficult moments kind of happen to any driver regardless of trying to be careful?
It does depend a lot on the mentality, really, and how much you enjoy the track. Some just adore lapping the place, and they adore racing on it, and they adore making it happen. You just got gold and black are kind of in a battle right now as it speaks, so and it's quite hard to sort of force a move past it around someone, but very much a race like this. Tracks like this become a little bit like Ice Alive and I Persevere, and sometimes that makes all the difference. All these cars have very different characteristics as well, things like the bumps and the curbs. The Mustang rides a little bit higher, it can take them a fair bit easier. It wasn't a terribly popular car, we all did just jump onto the Cayman, which is pretty much I was very surprised to see Porsche wheel out a 911 GT4, but I was like, excuse me? That just doesn't seem right. Like, the Cayman is the GT4, right? No, everything's a 911 now, by the way. IMSA's getting a new 911 GT4 next season, and iRacing probably might get that relatively quickly as well. And on the rear, there should be some good V8 power in that huge-ass gold car, but the recent iRacing BOP don't really know quite what happened, and the car probably doesn't really get enough power to fly away anyway. You don't want to force something stupid on your teammate and wreck them. You want to look for that chance because you're having fun and you want to battle them. You also, I doubt these two teams are, tactically thinking about, the broad game of keeping one behind. Certainly, you want to be careful, I think, with the way you get around your little internal rival there.
You said little internal rival, and I think that may have been a Freudian thing there. We've got the 718, just a pebble in front of the monster that is the, in terms of physical size. Mustang, as you said, riding much, much higher, a little bit more supple, less surgical, if you will, but a little more forgiving, depending on setup. We have a look on board, huge ass black to the gold car behind, and we've seen these liveries here together on track a handful of times throughout the season. I think back to Phillip Island, going into turns 4 and through Lukey Heights as well. These drivers were, or at least these cars were together. And so obviously the blue front of the Mustang meeting the blue rear of the Cayman. There was an F1 team as well. I can't quite remember. I don't think they were very successful, considering I can't quite recall the name. Oh, it's a big old dive there. And GT3 trying to get through. Couldn't tell if that was the 93 and Gnosis. Couldn't quite pick up on that there.
Hit me with the obscure F1 trivia, come on.
Yeah, it's not much trivia. I'm just kind of waffling about whatever I can remember at the time. But basically, there was a 98 we're hearing, the prismatic Athena car getting through. Well, we're on the Mustang there. Got it done. Looks like a pretty good gap, and then a late apex from, oh, here we go right now. So down the inside into turn 1, way over the curbs. And the Mustang is through. And now we're setting up for potentially over and under if the 718 has anything. Doesn't look like they do here. Give us another look here on the front of that 98. We may... Oh, and now we have a little bit of contact between teammates.
So, you know, exciting action, but I want to say it one more time. Hit me with that obscure F1 trivia.
Oh yeah, I'll have to actually look at it. Well, hang on here. We're going to get another good replay. Hal, you're having to wait all day long. Yeah, little bit of... And they also back off as well, so they don't try to capitalize on a bump and run there. Obviously, trying not to slow down too much. Speaking of slow down, leader, Phantom Sim Racing Grid, number 14, BMW in the pit lane. Again, had about 40 or so seconds over the number 90 Enosis Esports machine. How you were asking me out some obscure F1 trivia earlier on. So again, I'll have to try to figure out which of the teams. Maybe it was the Minardi or something like that. They basically unveiled the car, and the front of the car for one of the cars was black. It went polka dot in the middle, and the rear was white.
You're probably confusing it with the 1999 BAR who tried to put white and red on one side and then a blue and gold on the other. They did it because they wanted to run the cars in separate colours and the FIA wouldn't let them. I think that might be it. You've got like a few details off, but like it was the famous half and half car. No one's ever tried something so ridiculous.
I believe this was a different thing. I know the car you're talking about, which I will say right here on air is nasty, to say the least. When it comes to, see if I can think of it.
How would you describe it again?
So it's very similar to the huge ass gold and black. So you've got on the front, so two teammates, obviously two cars in F1 they fielded. The front of it, I believe, was black, and the rear, I believe, was white for one car. The other car was just the opposite. White on the front and black on the rear, and when they ran nose to tail, which they did a lot because I think they did very poorly, they basically made kind of one livery together. As here all by ourselves here. Ooh, out of the wall, but sweet little handbrake turn. Now that car is in front of the 93.
Unless someone in the chat can correct us, I'm going to put that one down to like a bedtime dream, only because the FIA have been so strict on cars running these same design. It's why BAR had to do that thing. That like they do not let the two cars do something else. They hate it. They hate it when you do that. So I'm just gonna that's how I'm gonna put that one down as that. But that's me right now. Here's the same car. Just a little wide. I guess you're also letting someone through. It's like a 2-for-1 operation, isn't it, really? Letting everyone go and then the GT3 comes in and it's like, you're going to have to earn that one, actually. Unless they...
Up here, the 93 of Enosis Esports. Aston Martin making the way up the hill there. To my eye, how it looks like the left side, the beginning left side of that hill is lower, and then it looks like the right side rises and the left side falls. Kind of like that moment in Monaco. You kind of head through the first sector, left-hander followed by the right, and then all the F1 drivers would move over to the middle of the road to avoid going over that large, I guess, hump, if you call it. And it almost looks to my eye like that is kind of the way that you go up through Adelaide. Is that a factor at all when you're out there on the track trying to find the lowest point? So right here, looks like this, our right side, their left side seems to be a little bit lower, and then it kind of raises up higher than their right side, our left.
I do not know anything about car setups, and do many of these teams have internal setup shops? Probably a couple of them do, and a couple of them have just like maybe it's like bought a setup that feels right for the track. This is an interestingly sort of like asymmetrical track. The road isn't terribly even, and the turns are about even left and right. So I'm not sure whether maybe it could also be a trick of the eye from the camera perspective. There's like 50,000 things that really could be going wrong here. Wrong is a strong word, really. Could be causing the question.
Saying that the 28 Prismatic Motorsports Minerva and the 19 are under investigation. Have to keep you posted on what is going on there. It's the 119 Thonk Esports. It's basically Thonk Satan in the 119 and the 28 GT3 Prismatic Motorsports Minerva entry. We continue to watch. Again, I was going to say the battle, but basically it looks like Gold's gotten through black here. Meanwhile, through a sweeper. We've got Huge Ass Satan here and parks it on the exit. Prismatic comes over and shows them their right elbow, it looks like. A little bit of flash of the lights there. And that looked like a miscommunication in the best light.
I mean, he was clearly trying to let the car by down the road. But I'm curious about where the shoulder check came from. Whether it was like maybe not noticed or something else. I feel like maybe she was just trying to take it onto the line and was hoping she'd be clear in time. That's a sloppy contact. That's a sloppy contact.
Yeah, you were speaking about a lot of things going wrong. A lot of things had to go wrong here. So again, we had that kind of a defensive line, if you will. Maybe expecting the GT3 to go around the outside was the Thonk Satan car. And again, trying to widen up that entry for the all-important turn 1. Slingshot through those first couple of kind of chicanes, kind of the sling at the beginning of this Adelaide Street Circuit. Cyanosis Esports, the number 90 in the pits. Prismatic Minerva in the pits as well. Looks like Gold, Huge Ass Car 137, has put 4 seconds or so. 137 looking the stronger of the two at the moment. Saw there the 90 in the pit lane. That releases Sim Racing Grid Phantom, number 14, back into the lead of the race. There's another almost miscommunication there. Again, Huge Ass Black 136 trying to go to the inside to let the faster GT3 leader, the overall leader I should say, through. And both drivers basically went to the inside trying to get the other one. Looks like the intentions here all around seem to be good. And it's just a matter of, I mean, obviously just endurance racing. Trying to work out where the drivers are going to go. Because again, this is not over. Obviously, we're just under the hour-and-a-half mark. And the drivers that want to take it all the way to the flag, as you said earlier on, claiming souls, as the Adelaide track seems to be doing. You gotta get all the way to the end.
Stay in your head, stay out of the walls. Big problem is obviously that you get punished for making a mistake here and going wide. There's the penalty for Minerva, by the way. I'm sure this will absolutely ruin their prospects of racing. The 30-second stop and hold, though, for unsporting behaviour. Quote from the stewards: a forced and unnecessary move. These kind of actions are not tolerated. 6 penalty points. That is a significant penalty, not for this race. I mean, not for today, but for your license, sure. And I mean, we're both not really sure why that happened either. So that's a question for another day, perhaps.
Yeah, I think obviously as it stands, the ruling of the stewards, at this point at least, as you mentioned, Howie, is going to be more consequential than the tribunal the intentions behind what we saw, because again, trying to make heads or tails of it was a trickier prospect than I first thought. I speak for you there, Howie, the all-knowing, but from my eye, again, it was kind of a funky one. And again, the type of maneuver just before that final corner, you can see here. I was thinking maybe, the Mustang comes down and blocks them, even though they're not in the same category, they're not even in the same class at the moment. And
I don't know if it's a block, it's a move that seems to serve no racing advantage, which is just why I'm confused by it feels to me. My guess would be trying to get the ideal line, not really noticing too much about the car next to you, and it's a mistake. That's my guess. And so, they've come down quite hardly on sportsmanlike behaviour, but at the same time, it wasn't necessary to quite go that way with it. So, not entirely wrong about that one either. Away they go. They obviously want to avoid getting enough penalty points to get their serious punishment from the league. No matter what happens this race, these things, they sit there and they do add up over time, and that's a concern in itself.
Yeah, it definitely is important to, again, we talk about execution throughout the season, picking up large amounts of issues from small amounts of mistakes. We had Kate Corbin and Nolan Rimple in the booth for us earlier on here on Green Flag TV. And Kate Corbin discussing their thoughts about the prismatic Minerva machine, the 28, just going out there and trying something. Obviously, leader in class. The 21 LCT racing machine in GT3 AM is out of this race. And obviously, prismatic running ahead of the Athena car, the 98. Although, of course, we may be having some other things going on that might be changing that later on in the race as the complexion is currently setting. And yeah, Cade was the largest cheerleader for the 28 coming in, and put on some fresh tires and set up the car the best way you can to try to just be the fastest car on track and turn it into like a test session. As here we go, looks like the prismatic 28 in behind Thonk Satan at the moment. They come through the corner. We've seen a couple of GT3s trying to get the hurry up to GT4s. Obviously this time, yeah, we've got, looks like about 2.5 lanes there, Howie. Looks like me on the left side and somebody else in there, Aston Martin, passing on the interstate.
Let's try not to touch them again. Yeah, let's just get on wide and get on through. I mean, it's not easy being a GT4 out there. Not easy being a GT4.
Yeah, so we've got Satan again there, 4 laps down from NGC. Prismatic Athena 98 down pit road, and again another kind of a dicey moment there on the main straightaway. Drivers may not be racing for position, but physically for position, not a lot of room to work with. 1 hour and 20 minutes left to go here, the FTR Almeida Racing Academy Endurance round here at the Adelaide Street Circuit. I'm James Newton here, Howie Burrows alongside me. And we are looking at 4 cars total in the GT3 Pro. We've got the lone GT3 AM entrant we're having a look at here. 6 currently running in GT4 Pro. And we've got the 3 running in GT4. And you know what? Why don't we introduce you to all those cars here? We'll go ahead and do an opportunity here for you to feel the noise here on Green Flag TV. Step away for just a moment. And we'll be back shortly. Welcome back to an incident here. We've got the 144, or the 142, apologies, going around. Had issues at that corner already, but we're able to keep it out of the wall. This time not as lucky. Currently still leading 4 laps over Thonk Satan in GT4AM. My name is James Newton, alongside me, Howie Burrows here in the booth for the FTR events. Almeida Racing Academy Endurance Series here at Adelaide. And this street circuit has claimed the left front of that Cayman on your screen, as well as a host of other teams. Thonk Beer in the 109 and GT4AM currently out. Almeida Racing Academy 199 currently out in GT4 Pro. Now, because of that spin here, potentially a bit of action there for GT4 Pro. We have LCT Racing, the 21 out in GT3 AM, leaving the lone Prismatic Minerva 28. We saw have a pretty dramatic moment with Thonk Satan, GT4 AM, a little bit earlier on the pit straight. RPM Racing, the number 10, ran extremely strongly at Phillip Island earlier this season. Currently out in GT3 Pro. Which leaves Sim Racing Grid Phantom, the number 14, your leader. Gnosis Esports side Sim Deck app, apologies, number 90. Fastest lap of the race, but 51 and a bit seconds and dropping in second. Gnosis Esports Emix Gaming 93 in third position. That 98 Prismatic Motorsports Athena entry in fourth. Tail end of the GT3 Pro. Spoke again about the GT3 AM Prismatic Motorsports Minerva 28 machine. Received a penalty a little bit earlier on. And back here, just the GT4 Pro, which we're looking at the number 2 in class 144 in GC by Rubus Gus. Richard Cawthraw is catching up to Faria. About a second a lap or so, it seems. There's 4 seconds behind the car on your screen, and there's the gap right there. The closest gap on track at the moment. Hujas Gold and Hujas Black in a fight earlier on for 4th and 5th. At the tail end of the GT4 Pro field. And then, of course, we have in GC, 142 GT4 entry. And the 119 Thonk Satan. 4 laps back. So Howie, relatively spread out here. Looks like we're going to have a battle on the horizon here. And it's going to be another Mustang catching another Cayman.
They say the GT4 is doing better. I still always wonder. I just don't love driving the GT4 myself, but they say the GT4s are rated the best anyway. I think earlier on we were talking about the fact that you mentioned that Minerva are sort of like kind of racing by themselves right now, in the sense of like they're sort of doing the laps for the sake of it. Well, there are 2 championships they're playing for. GT4, and they've obviously claimed all the points they possibly can. I mean, they could just park it now if they want to. But there's also points within the entire GT3 class, and this means that I don't think they're at all competing for that championship. They will jump some teams in the process if other teams didn't necessarily show up. There's a real chance that they end up making up sort of games by getting a really good result, getting some really good points by inherently getting what is going to be a P6 GT3 in-class finish. So it's always worth considering for some of these like lower spec teams. There was still something for Minerva to play for. That's any team that brought everybody out to that's any team that managed to look at the temperatures actually are average. Hotter than us. You're not feeling
Well, I think that I was going to say if there may be a 1 at the front of whatever the number is going to be here at Adelaide, and I believe in a couple of on the east coast of the U.S. currently. So I believe we're going to be having some spikes. I believe they're saying it's going to be feeling like 100 and something, which as a 8 years of living in Dallas, oh my goodness, that Rubus Gas entry, the NGC, is uninterested in that first sector there. Are not wanting to work well. You said again how the flow really has to be there, but the track really kind of saps it out of there. And it can be so difficult to try to get each, because every single one of these corners is different in some way. There's no copy pasting. Obviously, the track built on the streets of Adelaide. So difficult, especially also when you are having somebody chase you down, right? You can't even see them at certain points. Now they're in pretty decent view, but when you're battling with somebody you can't see, it can also be kind of hard to try to keep your composure, keep your concentration as we are approaching the hour mark here.
And that means there's only an hour to go. Think of it the other way, you know, like there's an hour. Yes, there's an hour to go. On the other hand, there's an hour to go around here. And eventually, you'll have to stop turning quite so right and left so hard every single time. That might mean a lot to you. So feel free to stay strong. That's why the Lambos begin to drive by. Surprisingly, there's more sort of multi-class passing spots than you'd expect, although that comes from having two classes with a bit of a pace difference. So try this thing in some of the production car challenge, but the BMW is basically ganked as the fastest class. But it's a very important situation. Same thing for LMP3s and GT3s. They have struggled passing each other into the exact ways that like top speed races. These two classes, they interact a little bit weird because neither has like true downforce. They both sort of struggle for turns, but there's enough of like a pace difference on things like straights that eventually stuff gets done, and the track has its wide spots, some spots where you can get some passes done easily and through. We've only really seen a few flash points where people have been a little bit bold or a little bit reckless.
On board here, Treehouse Racing, the 118, and you can see just how much they're extending to the walls. Trying to push, get this done here. As you said there, for the 118, there's only 1 hour to go. Obviously, may not need an hour to get this move done. For NGC, there is a full hour to go. Kind of depends on the inflection. A decent run through there for the Porsche in front. Did a little bit of research there off air while we let you feel the noise here on Green Flag TV. I cannot for the life of me find what in the world I was talking about when it came to that double livery machine.
It's not true. That's why.
Which means I absolutely made that up, and if an apology is necessary, then I'm down for that. But I really it's just gonna sit in my craw. I could draw a picture of it.
Like made it
of
up
course it doesn't
implies
exist.
malice. Made it up implies malice. I think what you did was you genuinely thought that was true. We know the Mandela effect. Like we all know the Mandela effect. Did you know it's the Berenstain Bears with an E, by the way? Yeah, it is. Go look it up. Even that one messed me up for a long time. That one really ruined my life. So these things happen to all of us, but I guess they would happen about F1 to others as well. Treehouse Racing. Now, we talked before about how the huge ass teams don't really want to attack each other, you know, too hard. But these two teams, they're competing. They want to obviously be respectful on the track, but I think there'll be a little bit more effort put into this one. This is for a second place in class. But it's good defending right now from that Porsche until all of a sudden it's not. Call it coming right there. Overcooked it.
Straight on goes the 144. Treehouse Racing able to just barely hang on to it. Very late on the brakes for the Mustang as well. I thought we might have both of us going off, the camera car and in GC, on the way to the runoff. And Treehouse Racing is through. We're seeing some decent battling here. Cars still pounding round. Gap between your top 3 overall and GT3 Pro are about dead even there. About 48, 49 seconds. Not expecting the fastest lap to change based on those gaps. So all the cars just trying to get a little bit of a rhythm going, try to settle down, and just put the laps in. Wait for those pit stops. Obviously, with this type of race, again, just staying out of the pits as much as possible versus trying to gain 2/10 here and there usually can put you in better stead. Scheduled stops only. As we still have a look here at Treehouse Racing, brimming with confidence after that overtake. Second in class, looking quite strong at the moment. And speaking of strong here, Sim Racing Grid Phantom out in front. Again, 50 odd seconds, and still trying to get somebody out of their way from their perspective there. That 14 BMW is still pushing like they are not where they are, which is 50 seconds down the lead.
If you're not pushing, are you really racing? I say sometimes as I phone it in. But no, if you're, you got to keep that lead, got to maintain that lead. You got to at least entertain yourself by passing all these slow class cars. Slow class cars are like little cat toys. They actually give you something to do around here eventually. Once you're this far ahead. And they've not got the fastest lap of the race, so they've got that consistent long run pace. But it's not like they're putting out absolute heaters like which you've never seen before. It's just that their buffer is so safe that what's safe for them is pretty much safe to run for the next hour, nice cleanly and easily. More than likely. Through they go. More laps to be done. Plenty more laps to be done, really.
Does that not sit well with you there, Howie, if you win the race by 50 seconds but you don't have fastest lap?
I mean, what were you even doing? Give it to the next team. Give it to the next team. Now, have any of the commentators talked in the first couple hours? Dustin will tell me this. Have any of them talked about the crime of putting an emoji in your team name, by the way? Do we need to follow up on that? That is, I was producing last time I rode American. I had problems with the Fonk team, and I had to shorten their names, and the shortened names have gone forwards because they were too wide, and they were stretching our overlay. Well, it turns out that iRacing recently did this beautiful update that adds UTF-8, which means that it allows more symbols. You might have seen people in your races before with question marks all over the names, and that was because iRacing, it was using such a simple character set in the simulation that it just wasn't reading in anything that wasn't a standard English character. And their decision to upgrade to UTF-8 they had to do because people Russian and people with Russian Cyrillic in their names and people from countries that use things like kanji, they were just getting question marks. It wasn't viable. But it's led to the horrible thing where it turns out the Fonk teams had put an emoji at the start of their team name, and nobody had thought this would be a problem until iRacing supports the emoji and breaks every piece of third-party software in the way. Now, we came up with a fix, or Dustin came up with a fix, and problem-solving skills in action, and also asking the app developers, hey, what do you think happened here? That was helpful, but we're very, very proactive on the issue. That's all I'll say. And everybody was there in the right place at the right time, but because it could have almost killed this whole stream. But we're going to have to put rules now that you can't put emojis in your team name. There it is. That is what the team name looks like if we don't shrink it down, highlighted on the tower. As you can see, not really viable. I actually have sent an email to iRacing support today saying, will you make the .ini change default that would be necessary for this? Because otherwise everybody's apps are going to crash, and it's going to be Team Fonk's fault. And I'm just going to I put it on blast at Road America. I'm going to do it again. You guys are testing the limits of iRacing names in new and exciting ways every single week. Can't take it. That's exactly past the 1 hour mark. Make it less than 1 to go.
I'll give you new there, Howie. I don't know about exciting, but it is a challenge. And speaking of challenges, there 1 more hour to go here. The Almeida Racing Academy Endurance Series here at Adelaide. Again, almost looked like a barcode for a moment there. We had Dustin Ollis, our producer, putting the full name on the left side, and forget unreadable. I think it might have been able to be read by a scanner. As
I
we
will
now
say,
have a different.
I had to widen the tower anyway, because everyone else comes up with really long names anyway. I just couldn't widen it enough for Fonk.
Again, pushing the limits. That's what racing's all about. We just spoke about, hot laps and making sure that the setups are right, and you're always looking for those last tenths. I don't know if you're looking for those last pixels or not when it comes to the. Which, by the way, I'd be interested in the chat if everybody wants to give basically putting. Well, I'm trying to think if this is a good idea. You know what? It should be fine. Putting the emoji you think Thonk might have used that eventually broke the tower that we needed. So feel free if you want to have a guess. I can have a look at those there in just a bit as we see Treehouse Racing and NGC both in at the same time. So you can see how close they are at the moment.
Yeah, that 40-second gap's become a minute now. So actually, just something's holding up the team that once set the fastest lap. It's surely not the fastest anymore. Just about squeaking past a Cayman there. That almost looked treacherous, but I think both sides had immense trust in each other.
Such a tight entry into the pit lane. It just gets tighter and tighter the more you go. And we saw Mercedes GT4 going through there earlier on, and almost having a spin into the entry of the pit lane there, Howie. It was quite a strange sight.
There's a world of difference, thankfully, between almost a spin and a spin into pit lane, and we just about stayed on the right side of that one, in fact.
Having a look near the sharper end of the field at the 93 Enosis Esports Emix Gaming. Aston Martin hopping over the curbs. And this Aston has caught maybe 15 or so seconds. It's again, those cars getting so close to that wall. I keep seeing little puffs of smoke, it looks like. Almost like the tires are getting scrubbed off on the wall. Entry into that first serious left-hander.
Rocking and rolling. Here are some of the car manufacturers on display here today. Look at that Mercedes AMG GT4 leading out the pack. That's what I want to see. I want to see less Cayman spam. Okay. That's what it's all about for me. But it's a BMW GT3 actually leading the overall. And quite a few Aston Martins all out and about up and down the group.
Yeah, especially for how many cars are still left on track. Losing a couple throughout this event. Decent spread. You always love to see that in endurance racing, all the different types of cars, not just the class, but the way that they deploy their performance across a lap. And also the type of car, not necessarily being track specific. Normally you've got the balance of performance that'll try to keep all the cars even across any event that we go to. But I think there are some cars that really enjoy or dislike a certain type of track. And it can certainly be easier to set up your car for those favorable tracks. As we see here, huge ass black all over the back. I believe they are Looking at the back of the NGC 144. UJazz Gold there, 137. Have a look at the back of the 142.
Now, the AMG I celebrated being on top slowly drops down the road. Pit stop's very, very long here, of course. I mean, lots and lots and lots of fuel. All sorts. Yeah, that doesn't seem like a normal pit stop. That does seem like something is wrong. I didn't see the car terribly damaged, and it was running at P1 pace. I don't know if they'd willingly drop out of a wing quite like that. Away they go. Now, down in fourth as they get passed by the NGC team as well, and they're going to be possibly racing QJOS Black on the way out.
They're certainly on the way here, so obviously try to get those tires fired up. This, earlier on, I was speaking about a car that almost looped it on pit entry. You're looking at that Mercedes right now. A little bit of a slide. And away they go. So again, even with this field that has lost a handful of competitors, there still just does not seem to be a lot of room. Not the largest track. Certainly not the largest track on the calendar there. Lovely track map there. So you can see that kind of downtown section that the 93 and 98 third and fourth in GT3 Pro are heading through right now. Meanwhile, we are heading into the final sector through the kind of classical style circuit section of the track. And final corner and down the main straight for UJazz Gold, who still holds the lead in GT4 Pro.
Some old heads, or dare I say Europeans actually, might only know this track for its history in Formula 1. Well, this isn't the exact layout that was run in Formula 1. They extended it by quite a bit for the World Championship back in the day, but it is the same location with some familiar terms. I believe they go quite a bit further down down the street around here, somewhere around here. They go quite a bit further down. I think it's after this turn, and then they extend that out by quite a fair bit. But I kind of like, it was like a weird dream in the back of my head that maybe iRacing would get the long layout, even though I know it wouldn't, because nobody races on the long layout anymore, and you know, they scanned what they could get on a race weekend. So that was the most bizarre dream in my head. But I thought maybe it could happen. But no, it means we do get quite a short track. It's very short compared to some of the other street circuits in iRacing. Long Beach, I believe, is longer, or at least it feels longer.
Well, if there are any iRacing devs watching us right now, please feel free to contact Howie Burrows for any consultancy work for the extended and, dare I say, proper circuit layout for Adelaide.
I think this one's proper. I think you'd have to be a really entitled F1 head to say that like the long one is proper nowadays, because this track literally sees like yearly racing and supercars. Like, it sort of belongs to a series, doesn't it? I already asked about getting my dream track, and I was basically told no. So my dream was Linden Hill, rallycross track in the south east of England in Kent, and they were like, we'd do it if it was free, but we found out that people do not buy rallycross only tracks. They tried it with hell and nobody bought it. So that one's off the list apparently. So I'm out of suggestions, other than Monaco obviously, but that one also won't happen. Love to see it though. MX-5 Cup at Monaco, like, let's go.
I do love
I've just told the Formula E layout by Dustin. That's the same layout. I've been there. It's the same track. Oh, the old Formula E layout. Ugh. Ugh. Weird. Weird. Why would you do that? Just do the Formula E uses the full one. Come on, we can just do that. I don't know.
I love that for an idea for trying to figure out what kind of layout you want. You don't use the full Monaco layout, just the current Formula E layout, which is of course the full Monaco one if you want to
Yeah,
you
but
know,
Dustin's
use
referring to
semantics.
they did do a shortened one for their first few years. It was really stupid. It's really dumb.
Yeah, they had a hairpin. Yeah, they had a hairpin. Instead of going up the hill, they basically kind of stayed to the right after pit exit, and then they would basically head down the Riviera, turn around at the chicane, and then head back and do kind of the less overtaking opportunities back half of Monaco.
I went to Monaco for Formula E, actually, last year's race. And we're very, very weird city because it's built on the side of a mountain and everything requires you climbing up Talladega banking. Everything. It's all on just the worst hills in the world. It's very hard to get around during the race because so many shops are blocked off. The signage is terrible. But I got really cheap seats to literally sit at the harbour. So who really won? I mean, I had fun. I had a great time.
I love that kind of review. This was terrible. That was really difficult. It was impossible. Talladega banking. And 5 stars. Had a great blast. See here, Treehouse Racing 118. Back to the lead. Hugh Jass Gold in the other Mustang. 2.5 back. What's been your favorite racetrack you've been to IRL there, Howie, in terms of the experience, in terms of like the way that the race either allows you to kind of get close to the action or that kind of thing as a spectator?
I'll admit, I've only actually truly been to the Excel Centre, London Formula E, Monaco Formula E, and Brands Hatch, which is also going to host Formula E starting next year. So, you know, but the Brands Hatch Indy is a great place to sit at because you can see pretty much the whole track from your seat. But, oh, those hills. Oh, you go up and down some hills. All the way up, all the way down. It's a paddock hill is taller than you think it is, let me put it like that. Here's the 42, too much curb, gets away with it. I mean, when the wall is so close and just right there, yeah, you better hope you get away with it.
GC still leading Thonk Satan by 5 laps, so they have plenty of margin, at least at this time. 47 minutes to go here in Adelaide. This one kind of creeping up in a very, very wide bar moment there for Thonk Satan. And, well, they're called Thonk Satan, and I think we got the first part of that name taken care of there. Of course, doesn't look like there was any harm. And again, drivers just trying to keep that concentration. Going to ride on board here. Try to get the front end to turn, trying to turn, and just barely get through the barrier that looks a lot like our car, interestingly.
Do you ever wonder when you look at some of these onboard shots whether actually we're just looking at like simulated driving around the Adelaide streets? Like maybe actually this isn't even like racing for everyone. Maybe this is just like I bought my Mustang out. It's fairly quiet on the roads. We're going out for a drive. Maybe it just has that feeling. Maybe the GT3 you start to sort of lose that because the car's so fast, but GT4 is like, yeah, they're faster than a road car, but it's slow enough that it kind of feels like you're off to work. Well, Hugh Jass Gold are going to go for a bold pass, the likes of which you probably wouldn't do on the roads. Going past people. It can be fun, but do be aware of all the road laws. But this is for lead in class. GT3 is going to pincer him in the middle. But that was a pretty effortless pass of the 137. And that slows down the 118. That battle's even more on. Giovanni Romano, look on out.
Yeah, let's see if we can actually use this GT3 to our advantage from the perspective of the Hugh Jass Gold team. GT3, sorry, down the inside. And it looks like both drivers obviously hindered a little bit just by the fact that GT3 was there. But Romano's still on the way nonetheless, so it looks like it's neutralized for now. As our leader in the GT3 Pro and overall sneaks on through there. Gap still at about the same minute mark out in front, so that's not really moving up or down. Same for third position as well. Meanwhile, we are up and down here, up and over the curbs. May have a look into one, depending on how wide of an entry we can get. Not able to scare the 118 into any kind of defensive shape. And relatively good traction for both.
That's our leader in the race, in the pits in Racing Grid, Phantom. Gonna just make, I don't know how many more stops they have left. It's 45 minutes of running on the track. Giovanni's really been looking for this. Sneaking, just trying to punch his way up the inside of a turn. This is a difficult one to do it on. It's difficult in general to get it done, but he's constantly looking for shots, constantly looking for a way. A door open, just something to wrestle that car into. Gonna get a small run down this straight. Don't call it slipstream because these cars barely do that to each other. It's going to be basically imperceptible, and he actually has to check up in order just to make sure he doesn't hit a wall or the car in front. So we're going to continue to run this out. Now trying to get the nose in for a brief second, still not enough.
That looked like Romano left it a bit late on the brakes and had to make a decision so they didn't go into the back of the 118. I've seen, and I've actually been part of with a bit of karting events, I've accidentally done a great overtake and had to explain that it was out of panic rather than bravery that I got down the inside of somebody. Left it way too late to brake and slung it in, and somehow I got it stopped and they didn't turn in. So it can work out that way. So you're right on board here, Justin Michaela. I don't think that's quite what happened, but it looked kind of like a mixture of intent of trying to go through and just trying to stay out of the back of the 118.
Is this the camera if you're just like in the back of the trunk and you know, you don't really want to be there? Let's just put it like that. And the criminals, instead of taking you anywhere, are taking you for 4 hours in repeated circles around the same Adelaide streets. It's not a very useful getaway. I mean, surely at some point the people that have kidnapped you might decide to go in a different direction. There's lots of exit roads. We can just take any one of those.
Yeah, definitely. I cannot imagine there, Howie, what the crime would be for being put in the back of the 118 for 4 hours of Adelaide. Again, we're still not cleared by the GT3, and it's still behind us there. I believe that's the 98. Apologies, that's 28. GT3 AM. Minerva entry 4 prismatic. Coming up on 40 minutes to go here of this 4-hour endurance event here. The FTR Events Almeida Racing Academy Endurance Series. I'm James Newton here calling the action alongside Howie Burrows. Dustin Ollis pushing the buttons, making us sound and look great. Our lovely producer chucks the information up there as if by magic. Again, huge ass gold here is now with the leader for GT4 Pro. Lead of the race. No need for the timing tower for this one. Howie, this is getting close.
It's a matter of getting up to the bumper, and it's a matter of getting past. 2 different games entirely, and so far, Huge Ass Gold done great at the first. They struggled with the second. They're out of line here. A little bit of an outbreak. They're going to need to be given some space. But they're just not alongside enough to get anything useful out of it. Trying it again, around the outside. Just about enough space being given. But there's no point is the speed enough to actually get close to clearing and to start being in control of the corner. Still no, not happening. And this start-finish straight, it's barely a straight, really. The next chicane's a hard one to pass on. Giovanni here is not going to take it. I mean, this is a dangerous turn to go side-by-side here. You don't want to do it here. You have the rest of the lap. But I have a feeling it's sooner rather than later But actually getting it done, that's a whole different game in itself. It's not been easy so far.
Not easy to get it done is what we are having a look at, but that doesn't mean that it cannot be done, of course. The 137 still harrowing the leader in GT4 Pro. We had a quick look in the pits there. And back on track. Literally here. UJAS Gold hunting down Treehouse Racing in the lead of GT4 Pro here late in this Adelaide street track event. And around the outside now, having a look in one of the larger braking zones. Nothing doing there. Meanwhile, we're hearing the 143 JKR has had an off, currently in the pits at the moment. So your leader, as we're expecting them maybe to go straight on here, and just a very, very slow stop there. Can't see any kind of lockup or any kind of issue. Currently, or not currently, earlier on leading at one point in Howie. This may be a good opportunity here at the GT3 traffic coming through. May have a little bit of assistance here for Treehouse.
That GT3 just snuck on by, so that problem's now cleared and out of the way. But Hugh Joss was so fast and so threatening. Like the Treehouse are going to need to really pull off some incredible laps to keep up, because when a car's on your rear bumper for that long, it's because they're faster. Give them clear air, and that all changes. Here's an onboard of the past one more time. I mean, that was scary. That and also that's the sort of gap that like most sensible drivers don't take. Unfortunately, you do have to be a little bit not sensible in order to succeed every once in a while. You know, that's what the racing edge really is. I'm not sure he even wanted to take that, actually. I think it just, like, that was his line and he wasn't going to jump out of it. That was going to be more dangerous. So, like, the position comes one way or another.
Certainly got that one done. The 118 basically had the brake lights were on and they were still in front of us. No lifting at all from Hugh Jass Gold. And just hoping that Treehouse eventually darted over to the left to try to open the corner up. And that was the eventual spot that Hugh Jass Gold put their Mustang in. We now hop on board with the car right at the front of this field. Number 14 Sim Racing Grid Phantom entry. Mark Reynolds currently at the wheel as we approach the half-hour mark. And seeing us again getting over that curve. Try not to straddle it too much. Don't want to turn the thing into a skateboard. And yeah, you spoke about there, Howie. Treehouse Racing back one, as we see Treehouse Racing right there, 1.8 seconds already, maybe 2 seconds by the end of this lap here. And a bit of a tap, a tap in the rear. I literally just had a look there. Treehouse Racing showing us the lights there, flashing the lights. A little bit of displeasure there as we come on through. And that was a touchy little moment there.
I think fatigue and tension is starting to flare up in general throughout the race, and the hot temperatures in real life are going to add to the fatigue. Just about backs out of that sort of in time for that incident to not get worse. As now here comes some GT3s. But at least that Phantom team are going to have a comfortable lead again now, because we were waiting for that 90 car to make their pit stop. The battle wasn't really as close as it looked on our screens, naturally. So there's the 90s pit stop. He's going to get back that easy lead, but he's going to have to finish this race, and you have to be getting tired and fatigued at a track like Adelaide. It doesn't really give you a time to rest.
It certainly is a taker, to say the least there. They sling through that kink about 3/4 of the way down what you, I guess, could call a straight. certainly flat out all the way up through the hill there. Now we're looking at the complexion there at the back. 51 seconds between car on your screen and the 90 Enosis Esports Sim Deck app 90 machine. See Prismatic Minerva in the pits as well for their last pit stop of the event. About 4 seconds between. Meanwhile, here's his Thonk Satan we're picking up. And all that same corner, this time it's the right rear. And front end worked.
That car?
Potentially a little bit too much weight. Too much paint on the rear when they... And let's have a closer look here on board. Oh my goodness, and that was almost a rear ending as well, which would have sent them right back into the wall.
That's a very, very good avoidance. I'll say that, but jumping straight into pit lane, broke our overlay and broke the car at the same time. And also, they might need a change of pants, so that you're going to get that one done in pit lane.
I wouldn't know. As we see about a second or so between the Enosis pair at the further end of GT3 Pro. As we get an off track there because we are off of the track, having to go up and over through the beach. First corner there of Adelaide, obviously. Yeah.
We've had like 5 off tracks in an hour and a half. So, broke the car even worse. You just got out of pit lane. Thonk Satan going out wide in that turn. You may not be able to lock the brakes. You may have ABS, but still, too much ABS and away you fly.
Yeah, I can keep the tires from locking, but it reduces the overall amount that you can actually brake. So trying to rely on it too hard. So we're hearing a potential bold move from a mile back there. Gets it done. 136 leaps out of the way. And the missile has missed its target there. And both live to fight another day.
Producer running into some slight, every once in a while a car might not have audio and these things happen, and once the show's going live you basically can't change it, can't fix it, because what are we going to do, put up a splash screen for the last half hour? No, we fight our way to the end, but gotta love it's all up, and everyone else kind of has to grin and bear it just a little. What? Well, turns out we can put up technical difficulties, but let's not interrupt the show for them, shall we?
Yeah, no, especially not here with 30 minutes to go. We're having to look at some of the gaps here. Sim Racing Grid Phantom out front in the number 14, unbothered at the moment. Huge Ass Gold, leader in GT4 Pro. GT3 Pro, we've got Enosis Esports Sim Deck app number 90, second with the fastest lap of the race. Further 50 or so seconds back to the 93 Enosis Esports Emix Gaming. As we're now seeing the NGC by Rubus Gas. A second and some change. I would almost call that a second and a half. Especially if I'm Treehouse Racing, who is now into the wall at one of the fastest parts of the circuit. That's not going to build your confidence. As under 10 seconds, 9.5 back to the 144, Howie. I think we're going to have a scrap, and there's 30 minutes. There's plenty of time left for this to go down.
Just make one tiny little error and it sort of swings back and changes again. Welcome to life on the track at the end of a long and grueling endurance race. Under 30 minutes to go now, so getting pretty close to it. 9 seconds, the gap between third and second. Still just eternally on the chase, and those gap lap times are indicating to me that we could see a battle on by the end. If enough drivers just put the pedal down, the loud pedal they call it.
Fitting for Mustangs there. Some of the grumbliest and grumpiest of engine notes. As we see 4th place Prismatic Athena in the pits. Treehouse Racing still trying to stick with this Mustang here, trying to get this thing around in the most consistent way possible. Even if they're losing time, they're looking to lose a certain amount to try to keep that threshold to a certain amount back to NGC in the 144. NGC, of course, trying to do the complete opposite, trying to put up lap times like that. 3.5 seconds. Let's see what it is this next time by. So it was about a second, 1.5 seconds or so, 3.5 back as they had that wall strike earlier on, and now it's 1.8. Yeah, the bleeding is bad when it comes to Treehouse Racing here. Obviously, hurrying that Mustang around as quickly as possible and pushing the limits there. Again, a little bit of a strike of the entry wall. But this is well and truly on. It may not be 20 minutes on the clock there before NGC is all over Treehouse Racing, and the podium, at least for GT4 Pro, is still well and truly on.
Each lap, one more chance to get there, but 30 minutes to go. If we're going 2 seconds faster a lap, it should be possible. Should absolutely be possible. GT3 on the inside there. It's interesting, we're seeing the underrepresented GT3s a lot today. I mean, just due to the small size of the field, you don't see Lambos and Astons often, and because there's not much of anything else, we end up seeing quite a few Lambos. Not Astons, I was thinking Audis. Really don't see the Audis. The Audi's a weird car. I never enjoyed driving that thing. Call that sacrilege. You know, Lambo as well. Call that sacrilege. It's a strange one to me.
Extremely popular, the Audi in the GT World Challenge. And lots of teams and drivers run that. I believe the 44 Skechers car of Valentino Rossi running the GT World Challenge, I believe that's an Audi. Unless that was another one of those crazy wrong dreams that I had. Right on board here, the 144 eating into that lead. Again, this type of racing, obviously, you cannot see your prey, but you're getting the information from your team, the information from the relative, the information from looking up about half a mile up the road there to see, well, or maybe not see, because the Treehouse Racing in camouflage in one of the more wooded parts of the circuit. But NGC making big gains here. And actually only 0.7 of a second. Last time by, as we go a little bit deep into the far side of the track here. A couple left-handers, and then it is all right-handers through here. Still, they battle away. Again, we talk about the differences, Howie, between the GT3s and GT4s on this type of track. It seems almost like there may be, maybe not an advantage, but almost kind of like nothing between them when it comes to some of these corners. Seems like whether you're in a GT3 or GT4, you could almost take some of these corners at the same speed. Is that a feeling that you might have?
Well, thankfully, we don't have the problem that you often have on tracks with high speed turns, where neither car has it. Ooh, there goes a dive bomb on Minerva. But there's a problem on tracks like Spa, where the last few turns of the track are done at very high speed, but neither car really has the aero. So, the lower car pushes out to the outside, but the GT3 can barely hold it. It's not really the case here. This is almost a mechanical grip track, nearly 100%, which means it actually is a little bit easier to hustle around cars and ones where you're operating sort of near the limit on high-speed turns. Really long straights are the best way to get it done. And the fact that also a lot of the turns are a stop-start means that you can use your acceleration out of turns quite effectively. So there are a number of benefits to running sort of a track like this between the two classes. There are worse ones out there, but both classes are quite big, heavy cars.
And yeah, you spoke about the mechanical grip of the machines being the factor to try to get them around the track. Or some drivers probably preferring the more aero-sensitive tracks that we go to on the calendar. This, of course, similar to we spoke about Monaco earlier on. Obviously, this series does not run at Monaco, but again, running a street track, this configuration of Adelaide here on iRacing is, with the exception of that corner there, which actually has, I think, a little bit of camber on the inside. Obviously, walls on either side to greet you, but relatively forgiving through that part of the circuit. And now we come to one of the least forgiving corners here, getting this left-hander right, as Howie mentioned, clattering over the curb, still missing that signage on the right, the barrels rather. And now we are under 2 seconds here. The battle for second position in GT4 Pro with 23 minutes on the clock here at this FTR events Almeida Racing Academy Endurance round here on Green Flag TV. Again, trying to thread that needle through the first sector. And if you're Treehouse Racing here, Howie, are you going to be fighting this like crazy? Do you have anything here at the end? Or does this look like NGC is just going to walk up and open the door?
I mean, we've seen the pattern a few times throughout our time on the show, in that the faster car is absolutely faster and crawling. It's going to be hard to hold them off, but there might be enough time to make your car as wide as possible. Honestly, like, this is like maybe the one time in the race where you actually might have a chance at this, and you might be able to block someone down, but obviously you can't be too egregious, can't be too ridiculous about it. Have to be careful. Have to be careful around the GT3s. Contact on the rear. That's the gift that the Treehouse Racing car absolutely needed. Because NGC's going to have to work it all the way back up, and that's going to be another few laps. I mean, it was awkward for the BMW to be there. The GT4 does have worse brakes, but ultimately you kind of also have to not run into the car once it's lined up that way. Oh, it's just bad luck.
It doesn't take a lot either, does it? And right there, that moment right there, I cannot believe that the 114 was, or the 144, apologies, was not able to get going. And those precious few seconds might be the difference between second and third for NGC today. Trying to get that off of the curbing, because obviously you had the spin, losing a lot of time. And there we have, that looks like that's the 119th, Thonk Satan, 5 laps down in GT4 AM, apologies, able to get back going, but looks like they potentially, I was going to say they might have gone straight on there, Howie. They look kind of sideways out of that corner.
Well, we were wondering where the black flag came from, and then we saw the car off the track, and that's probably where the black flag came from. Yes, Dustin, that is one of the 2 off tracks you can get on this circuit. They just put sand there, and you know what they say about sand? Stop me if you've heard this one before, but it's rough, it's coarse, it's irritating, and it gets everywhere. So it's not great, not really where you want to be.
It can be tricky to get out of there as well. Obviously, Mustang able to crawl out, and I saw the leader there, the 14 Sim Racing Grid Phantom in the back of the shot, and I was curious if there was any help. Obviously not from that replay, but Little bit of a tense moment there. Having a look. NGC here, still trying to hunt down their 3.5. They are, as you said, Howie, they are significantly quicker than Treehouse Racing, which is kind of what you need in order to get the job done. See there, you have 4 seconds lost, but it was gained on lap 149 and 151. And if they're able to continue just to keep pulling seconds a lap, this may still be on. It just might be a little spicier more toward the end of this one here, as we are under 20 minutes to go here in Adelaide.
Time to earn it all back. If you want this P2, you're going to have to fall down to the bottom and climb your way back up, and it'll make the better story at the end of the day as well. But, I mean, the lap times are usually there. They're certainly usually there. 2 seconds back, so for a second faster per lap, it'll take 2 laps before we're doing this again. I've got a comment from the JKR driver. Unbelievable. 2 40-second penalties, and now I somehow broke my glasses. So that would be a reason to drop out of the race, perhaps. Unfortunate, should we say. It's very unfortunate. Difficult to drive when you can't see. Doesn't stop 90-year-olds on British roads, but this should stop you in iRacing.
Yeah, different kind of street. Well, I guess it kind of depends on how old, you know, on how much they're trying to hustle there. I've seen a handful of people who are not as spry as they once were, I can put it that way, who are still able to pedal quite well. And speaking of pedaling here, NGC back into the 124s, which I don't believe Treehouse, right? And again, trying to get that extra downforce there through the sweeper with the wipers, trying to push the air any which way, and obviously pushing to the limit there. No point in trying to save it. 17 minutes to go here, and the closest battle on track we are riding on board with NGC by Rubus Gas 144. Porsche hunting down the 118 Treehouse Racing Mustang here for second place in GT4 Pro. UJAS Gold leading the class and 20-something seconds up the road. That happened earlier on. Oh, and a big old move there. Treehouse Racing is feeling the heat.
Good to have a race here, a real battle to round off this day. Although, you're going to have to be careful not to run quite into the rear of another car that goes on by. Once bitten, twice shy. To the outside goes Treehouse, and that's a poor taking a turn, and that one will be free.
Treehouse trying not to get caught up in that. It seemed like a very, I would almost use the word polite. Trying to make sure there was no incident at the end here. And my eyebrows are up there, Hallie. I was not expecting that.
Not sure whether he tried to give it up or whether he set up the turn badly or quite what. That is GT3's in the midst to try and just tangle this up, but that was a lot of hype for a pass that came for free.
Yeah, quite surprised there, considering, I mean, again, 15 minutes is a long time, right? We were speaking earlier about how, you know, obviously the cars in front, they have to go a whole 15 minutes, where the cars that are just behind trying to get to the end are going, man, there's only 15 minutes left. I really have to, you know, try to make it happen, try to get this done if I'm going to be able to get to the back of my competition. And NGC had a ton of pace, and I believe they had the pace, a little more pace than the 137 out in front. Obviously, 23 seconds is going to be, I mean, just to kind of do a little bit of commentator math here, I don't believe that's going to be possible even with, you know, the 1.5 seconds they were pulling on UJAS Gold. And again, having those issues with the number 14 coming through at the corner at the end of this straight. We have a look here at the Thonk Satan car going, oh, and hits the wall. I did not think they were going to go in the wall. And obviously having issues on the exit of that corner on the outside, and now parked on the inside.
The only explanation, I think, is that the church has deemed them a troublemaker and has delivered some sort of high curse from above. That's 2 off tracks in one go. Make it so. But I mean, that's the only way I can explain all the things that have befell the Thonk Satan. Or maybe it's the curse of the overlay coming back to get them. You know, like you do the overlay, and then you do the emoji, and this happens to you.
Yeah, I think I would go with the emoji for that one there. We continue to pound around here, looking at the 93 Aston Martin, the Enosis Esports Emix Gaming. Over second back from second position in GT3 Pro, and of course overall as well. A minute, apologies, not a second. We'd be speaking in a different register if that was the case here. Now picking up our leader, the number 14 Sim Racing Grid Phantom BMW, who has held it the entire time bar the pit stop cycle. And has not really looked in doubt there. Obviously under 50 seconds now. Back to the number 90 car, but of course, no need to really push it too hard. And just, again, trying to clear the GT4s as efficiently as possible. As predictably as possible. Which was the issue we had with NGC a little bit ago with their 144 entry. And the 14 looking very, very strong. On for a good result, and be very pleased overall with Adelaide.
I think getting through this many hours without a mistake is an achievement for anyone on the track, because it's a difficult one. It's such a difficult track. It's such a difficult race. And it's just been a real slog to make it out the other end. Really starting to now run out of races on the calendar, run out of opportunities. That's been the least populated of the championship. There's been sort of reasons for that. Same for last week, where it was struggling with the Majors 24. Fortunately, quite a few things over some of the weeks being quieter, but this league is still plenty active, plenty fun. I need to try and double check which track is up next. Dustin will know it. Dustin will know it, and I won't. Interlagos to wrap up the season. Always a thriller, I think. Always a thriller. That one will be a lot of fun to help wrap things up around here.
Yeah, definitely a track that is pretty decent when it comes to overtaking. Kind of a lopsided track, if you will. You've got the humongous run out of the final corner and all the way up and over the hill. And, of course, the Senna S. And then that kind of side straight. Long corners as well, so very, very open. And that one always aids with some decent overtaking. Of course, we spoke earlier about how the slipstream is not really that useful when it comes to a tool in the arsenal of a driver trying to overtake another. But I think that there will be some serious side-by-side action. You will not want to miss that. Coming up on 10 minutes to go here, Howie. We've seen some really close calls. We've seen some cars that have kind of gone around and have gotten a little bit lost there as well. We've lost a couple of competitors here. So have a look here at Prismatic Minerva. Getting on by GT4 traffic there.
When you hear that spotter tell you 10 minutes to go, do you think bliss, or is it the longest 10 minutes of your life? Sometimes it feels like it lasts forever and ever. But it's actually only just a few laps on the book, and they're about to hear it in their ears just any moment now. Yeah, so what happened to... Let's break down everything that happened to the JKR team, because They described the penalty to stupid, but I didn't want to repeat that in case it turned out that they were talking about race control, because it's not our place to make decisions here. But don't worry, all the penalties were as they would say, stupid, because it was all iRacing. The first time they didn't turn the pit limiter on going into pit road, and then the second time they missed pit entry going too fast through the final turn, and that's where 2 of these penalties came from, one after another, and then he broke his glasses. So maybe a very, very, very bad, no good day in the AMG, and it's a shame. It's a very, very fast car. That's for 6 hours as well. It's going to be brutal for round 6. Every time I see this car on the replay cam, I get worried about what's going to happen. Shoulder check here, GT3 now. Just want to get through this day, I think. I think they just want to get through.
One of the 2 podium Enosis cars there. Well, I was going to say involved with that, just kind of coming on through. A little bit of a tap on the shoulder. As we pick up our leader in GT4 Pro, Huge Ass Gold, and now moving over to the NGC 142. Again, 6 laps in front of the car we just saw. Currently missing the RPM Racing number 10 Aston Martin out earlier on. LCT Racing the number 21 out as well in GT3 AM. As I was just speaking about the JKR 143 Mercedes AMG was leading the GT4 Pro field earlier on. Ran into some issues, and again, eventually having to retire. Almeida Racing Academy 199 at the back of the field out earlier on as well. And Thonk Beer, the 109, lost them as well. Thonk Satan still out there, 6 laps back of the car on your screen. And the gaps have now spread out considerably in the GT4 Pro field here. Some GT3s still doing battle here. Pick up 5 laps between this, but still a little bit of action here as the Audi 98 Prismatic Athena machine tries to get a good look at second place. Still fastest lap holder. Haven't really seen any, I guess, attempts at fastest lap at this stage of the race. Drivers just trying to make sure that they get it to the end, not push the envelope too hard. Although Prismatic Athena may be trying to change that, not the fastest lap, but just trying to have a good look at the back of the Lamborghini. Amy Grime at the wheel. Looking to close this one out strong. Be a nuisance, if nothing else, in the best sense of the word.
Wrapping it up now, and I mean, for me, 10 minutes ago hasn't flown by, and I'm not driving the car, so you know it'd be like that. Here's Prismatic Motorsports Minerva though. I don't have anything funny to say about being the only participant in getting the prize, nonetheless. But I mean, they're looking to try and take this GT3 AM Championship, and you know, showing up is one of the ways you get wins, even if there are drop weeks. You know, it's a first place finish, so even if the other teams can drop it out, it's another first place for a rival. They'll make it awfully, awfully close and give them a very, very good place, and give them some good points over some other GT3 teams as well. Everything else pretty much settled down here today. It has been a quiet track, as we've commented on a few times out here today. Trust me, the weather's not been fun over. Where do you live actually? State, you know.
I'm on the East Coast US.
So, unless you're talking Florida, we definitely have it worse right now.
Yeah, I've seen, again, 8 years over in Texas, over in the Dallas, Texas area, and it can also get pretty serious. Obviously, it's a dry heat out there. Over here on the southeast of the United States, it can get pretty humid, so it's a much more comfortable, I say comfortable, not nearly as hot on the thermometer, but it can just kind of feel gross, I guess is how I would describe it. But over in Texas, yeah, as I hear my ear there, producer saying walking through soup is absolutely right. And especially if you didn't order any soup, it's kind of weird getting sweaty just by walking outside and thinking one thought and then coming back in. Immediately you need a shower there. But over in Texas, I have images of my Honda that I drive that had the temperature gauge reading like 120, 125. Obviously, that's the fried sensor itself versus actually the feeling outside. But horrendous at times, and I know that you folks are going through that over there.
It's not been a fun heat wave. It's not been a fun heat wave down here. And the key is that, like, we don't believe in air conditioning in the UK. So everybody just cooks.
Yeah, it's always interesting. You guys invented the internet over in the UK, but the AC is not...
So the rational explanation is that basically for a very long time, it has been like up to 1 or 2 weeks a year where you'll need it. And so nobody can like justify to themselves paying for an AC installation for 1 to 2 weeks in a year. Now, as the summers are getting worse and worse, opinion might start to shift, but that's going to take a long time. We're more used to being really bitterly cold in the winter and building the houses to keep all the cold out and the heat in. That's usually been the bigger concern over the long run of human history. And now we're going to have to rethink what we do about it. Also, like, I can't install an AC in, like, this apartment. I can't get that done. And don't tell me, user personal, those things are terrible. They just don't do their job properly. They're just not good. They're just not good. They're loud, and they barely AC. So, Do they know that air conditioning can also make heat? Maybe if you built a new house, but extra bonus points. Most of our houses were built by the Victorians, and they didn't even. And then if you told them air conditioning, they would probably explode. So like a newer house, you could probably build around the expectation that you could pipe all that through. But otherwise, you're doing a really big, expensive retrofit that uses up the entire house for a really, really long time. Everyone just sort of does it another way. But it's a good thought. It's a good thought, and I would really like it.
I believe our producer is interested in rebuilding England with AC installed, and all part of their get-rich-quick scheme here. 2 and a bit minutes is all that is left of this round here at the Adelaide Street Circuit for the FTR events Almeida Racing Academy Endurance Series. And I've been James Newton here. We had Cade Corbin on the call with Nolan Rempel as well. Dustin Ollis pushing the buttons, making a sound and look at. And of course, Howie Burrows alongside me for the end of this one. It's been the number 14 show. Sim Racing Grid Phantom BMW has not put a foot wrong and has continued to side their way through GT4 traffic and their competition. Meanwhile, Huge Ass Gold having to go and get it from Treehouse Racing earlier on after a bit of a scrap right at the beginning of the second half of this event with their sister car, Huge Ass Black, 136. The 137 currently holding that lead. Both leaders in GT3 proper and GT4 proper are handfuls of seconds in front, and now they are going to be together on track. Quite poetic here, Howie.
Together forever in arms. Well, I think they've met each other plenty of times over the course of this race. Plenty of times. Should be the white flag for our race leaders when they cross the start-finish line, which means only one more chance to mess up and to get us really, really excited about a massive change of the results. Only one more chance. Also, I'll challenge you on one thing you said just as I was going out. I don't know if running a HVAC company is a get-rich-quick scheme. I think that's more running a big business. I think that's called running a business. Yeah, away we go with the white flag for Sim Racing Grid Phantom, and it's still tiring to get out there, to push, to do it, to get it done, and I think everyone that's finished has got to be proud of themselves, but being the fastest on a track this relentless to you has to be extra rewarding.
It really has been a long day at the office for some teams. Some teams did not get the chance to have a long day at the office. And they will be having to watch here as the 14 does celebratory up the hill on the fastest part of the circuit maneuver. And again, as we said, still have to pass GT4 traffic here. I have already accepted and tried to settle into the fact that the 14 is going to take the flag. And yet they are making me quite nervous here. Pick up a very close call there from the Audi. Prismatic Machine trying to get through there and into the second last corner. Out of the final corner comes the 14 and Sim Racing Grid Phantom. And the BMW GT3 Evo takes the checkered flag here at Adelaide.
Well earned from every class winner. The 28 Prismatic Motorsports Minerva going to take it. Hugh Joss Gold going to take it for the GT4 Pro. The NGC take it for the GT4 Ams. I don't know if that was all 4 of the cars in order. If it did, that's incredible. But that might have just been 4 cars. No, apparently no, that's not the 4 cars in order. But that is the results as locked in. Here's the 28 Minerva working their way through. It's going to be fun to be in either class around here, really. I say for next season, we keep these 2 classes and we add something silly on top. Just add like a truck.
One of the off-roads.
NASCAR truck, go crazy.
As we see a Prismatic Motorsports Minerva number 28 across the line to officially take the GT3 Am win. We have one of the Enosis cars there parked on circuit, and that is the front bumper of someone. Somebody's getting a souvenir here in Australia.
I have been to races where people have taken front bumpers home with them, and I'm just like, how do you carry it that far? You know, it's impressive. But someone get down to the track real quick and get that one sorted. A high view over the city of Adelaide here, really the outskirts, making the suburbs something else. Race results incoming.
Finish up the 4-hour event here. GT3 Pro results. 181 laps did Mark Reynolds and the crew for Sim Racing Grid Phantom. 14 takes the win over Ale Torres in the 90 Enosis Esports Sim Deck app. Antonio Jordan rounding out the top 3 for GT3 Pro. Enosis as well. Prismatic Motorsports Athena, Amy Grime at the wheel, bringing it home for 4th position, 98. And we lost Jakob Mikkola in the 10 for RPM Racing 163 laps ago.
2 drivers making the GT3 Ams. Aspen Martin started and finished, and Hans Blansquare for LCT Racing didn't get quite nearly as far.
GT4 Pro results here. Giovanni Romano bringing it home for Hugh Joss Gold. In GC, trying to chase him down late on. Ran out of time there. Federico Faria in the 144. And the 3rd spot of the podium for GT4 Pro will be Treehouse Racing. The 118 losing it after a tough battle with NGC late on. Hugh Joss Black just outside the 136. Austin Tucker bringing that home. And then JKR, what could have been, leading the class early on, the 143. Only able to get to 29 laps to go in the Almeida Racing Academy. Andrew Morin, the 199, we lost them early on as well.
Wrapping up the field, NGC by Margam Dorada wins the award for Doesn't Break Her Overlays and is rewarded with a class win ahead of Matthew Dupuis for Fonk Satan and Blux Clayton for Fonk Beer.
That was, I'll have to make sure this is the right way to say it, an atrocious one there, Howie. And we had a couple of close moments, a couple of incidents with the multi-class racing, but overall, some decent moves there. We saw, again, just the drivers trying to stay out of trouble. And I think we'll be getting potentially a couple of interviews in just a moment.
Yeah, we do have at least our overall winner. So we'll get started with them as the rest flow in. I'll leave Mark Reynolds of Sim Racing Grid Phantom.
Mark Reynolds, it's James and Howie in the comms booth. You got a copy?
Can you hear you guys loud and clear?
Excellent. Well, loud and clear was the way that you crossed the line. There, you got the win. Took the Mustang to the front of the field for GT4 Pro.
GT3.
GT3. Apologies there, Mark.
No worries.
So in that case, the BMW there, a similarly dominant performance. Actually, I would argue more dominant out there. As you got the 14 across the line there. How was the race from your perspective?
It was tough, man. It was tough. I mean, I had one goal in the beginning, and that's to not screw up turn 1 and not to kill any GT4s. It was difficult in the beginning because I was surprised at my pace, to be honest, that I was able to stick with the guys up in front. And then when I had that little near incident with once we hit traffic, I decided to tone it back a bit, just take it easy and try and play the long game. And then, yeah, after the first pit stop, it was quite surprising when a lot of the guys didn't take tires. So I kind of decided to do the delayed strategy, what they were doing. So yeah, and it seemed to pay off.
Excellent. We saw a little bit of GT4 Pro battling for the podium, and it looked like the 14 kind of got a little bit involved in that there. I think you guys came away unscathed, but kind of a close call there in the late stages.
Yeah, I mean, it was never over. I knew a yellow flag could change anything. I mean, once I saw them get the black flag, I kind of knew, okay, in terms of tire strategy, I'm pretty flexible what I want to do now. But I ended up deciding just to stick with the game plan, you know, skip tires every second stop and just try to stay out of trouble.
Definitely. We also saw how punishing the Adelaide street circuit can be. Were there any corners in particular that, at least for you piloting it, were either the corners that you were able to really gain time and try to be more comfortable on? And were there any corners that were just an absolute monster today?
I mean, I would definitely say turn 1 was, I think in the beginning, that's where I got a lot of my pace. But once you skip the tires and you had, you know, 2 stint old tires, turn 1 became scary. It just came a decision of how much are you willing to risk. So yeah, definitely turn 1 all round, I would say.
In terms of the pace, did you guys have the idea that you were gonna take the flag here in Adelaide, or were you still thinking, again, you kind of spoke about how you were thinking anything can happen here. When were you feeling like you could really take this one all the way?
Yeah, to be honest, I mean, the BMW is not great here. I know the shorter wheelbase cars like the Audi and the Lambo were going to be strong here. So yeah, like I said, in the first stint, I was pretty surprised I was able to stick with them. And then I kind of knew I almost had it in the bag once they, I think it was car number 14 got the penalty, which really relieved a lot of pressure from me. Because I knew I put a little bit of pressure on them when I was able to, after the first pit stop, I had fresh tires. I managed to gain quite a bit of time. And doing the opposite strategy, I knew I would put pressure on them to do the same. But yeah, that's kind of when I felt like, okay, got it in the bag for the most part. As long as there's no safety cars, I should be pretty much safe. And just stay out of trouble, which is very hard in this track.
Yeah, well, it looks like you were able to dodge all the bullets and come away with the big trophy here in Adelaide. Anybody that you'd like to shout out? Anybody that you'd like to thank?
Just the whole SRG team as a whole for helping out in terms of preparation. And yeah, thanks to you guys also for a great broadcast. Appreciate all the effort and time you guys put into it.
Absolutely, yeah. Interlagos coming up next. How you feeling about that one?
It's going to be a fun one. I mean, for the most part, I was kind of just a let's call it a reserve driver. So this is my first kind of race in the whole, out of all the races, and I'll be on the next one as well. So yeah, looking forward to it. Hopefully we can pull the same result.
Well, excellent. Well, we look forward to seeing you out there in Brazil. Thank you so much for joining us up here in the booth.
Appreciate it, guys. Keep up.
That was Mark Reynolds in the 14 BMW SRG Phantom machine. Overall winner here in Adelaide. And now we'll go ahead and pull in Giovanni Romano, driver that took the flag for the winner in GT4 Pro. Giovanni, James, and Hallie up in the booth. You got a copy?
Yep. Hello.
Excellent. Congratulations on the class win there. And we want to get your thoughts on how the back half of the race went here for you.
Yeah, it was good. There was, I think, some interesting strategy around the tire calls, since thanks to the last update, we have the option of changing the rule setup, so now the tires change separately from the fuel. So we had some people taking tires every stint, and some people taking, double stinting the tires. So I went for the double stint in the second half, and it ended up working pretty well. It seemed like the track was in a pretty good state to let me conserve the tire a little bit, so I was able to make it work without too much time loss at the end. So that was fun. And also, just in general, it was about staying out of trouble. I mean, Adelaide is a really tough track and extremely punishing. You make one mistake and you're in the wall. So I think that was the main difference today for me and Antonio, was we didn't hit anything. So it kept the car pointing in the right direction. I think that was the difference maker at the end.
Didn't hit anything sounds like the right way to go here in Adelaide. When it came to the track specifically, we heard from the winner in GT3 Pro that double stinting the tires made the first set of chicanes, quote, scary. How was it for you out there? Were you guys double stinting, and was it tricky to hang on if so?
Yeah, I double stinted the tires for my last two stints. And for Antonio, we actually took left-hand side tires because he was burning up the lefts a little bit more. So to be sort of conservative, we just took two. But yeah, the first chicane is definitely the sketchiest corner on the track in general, even on fresh tires. They really cooked with that one. They decided, let's put a tire barrier on one end and a brutal slowdown on the other end, and then walls on each side. So if you screw it up at all, you're going to hit a wall. So, so every time going into there, really on fresh tires or old tires, you just have to pay attention. And I was lucky. I think I got the slowdown twice, which I'm pretty happy with because it's really easy to get it. Definitely difficult corner.
How early on do you think the team and you in the cockpit were thinking we could come away with the win on this one? Was it, in the last 20 minutes you were thinking, all right, I think we've got this, or was it way earlier?
I think it was when Julian had his issue. I didn't see it because it was in the car, but I think Antonio was saying he had an incident or whatever coming into the pits, so he lost a lot of time there. Because I think otherwise, I don't think we were going to catch him. He had a pretty big lead. So once he dropped off and the pit cycle kind of went through, and we came out right behind, I think, Treehouse and with Justin driving, and at that point it was clear. Just got to get by Justin, and then that's it. So battled with Justin for a little bit, and he ended up getting a slowdown because he got kind of put in an awkward spot by GT3, and he actually tried. He was just going to let me go because he had a slowdown, but he went. I was expecting him to follow the racing line, but he went right to kind of let me go, and I was already going right, so I ended up just barely squeezing by him. That could have been actually a crash. So, but it worked out, and from there, I just pulled away.
It worked out, as putting it optimistically, I'd say. I remember that myself and Hallie up here in the booth, we were on the edge of our seats for that one. We looked at it a couple of times as well, and which I'm sure you guys will be doing after the race. Any sponsors you'd like to thank? Anybody you'd like to shout out?
Just shout outs to the team for everyone who made it out. It's tough this time of year in the summer to really sort of get people together to race sometimes, because it's the urge to go and spend time outside, and people are busier this time of year in general, so with activities. So thanks to the people that came out, and just in general, thanks to the admins and broadcast and everything for putting this all together.
Certainly. And we have Interlagos on the way next time out. How are you feeling about going to Brazil?
Great track. Can't complain. like I will say one thing I'd say is I kind of wish it would get a fresh coat of paint. iRacing got to be a priority for a rescan. It's a nice track, but it's a little dated looking. But regardless of how it looks, it's still a fun track to race on. So should be good.
Well, we look forward to you having some fun out in Brazil next time out. Giovanni Romano piloting the huge ass gold 137 to the checkered flag here. Thanks for joining us in the comms booth.
Thank you, guys.
Well, that was 4 hours of racing that have gone by, and we have even more Saturday, right? The beginning of August, 1 p.m. here on Green Flag TV. It's the Autodromo Jose Carlos Pache, and which we heard Giovanni calling it great, not a bad track. So I think that might be a 5-star review from them. And that's going to be an unmissable event there. As we, again, had some serious contention all throughout today. Howie Burrows alongside me. Your final thoughts before we wrap this thing up.
I think most drivers are going to be happy they are out of here just so they can relax a little bit. I mean, the race mostly went well for most of the drivers, but still, hot, sweaty days combined with a hot, sweaty track. That was a big one for a lot of them, and sometimes getting there is just a reward. Championship rolls on, and we're expecting a great one here at Autodromo Jose Carlos Pace. The drivers love it, the fans love it. I expect to see and hope to see a good, big, healthy field for that one. It's going to be a lot of fun.
And with that, we will have just a moment more to just say thank you so much for joining us here at the FTR Almeida Racing Academy Endurance Series. I've been James Newton alongside me, Howie Burrows. Thank you so much for watching, and have a very pleasant evening.